The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Is written all over your face. Scientific intricity you created out in space. Oh yeah. You can do what you wanna do. Tap phones with no you're listening. You can think how you wanna think now, but you can't stop us. The truth is rising.
Shalom. Hit the like button. Man, do we have a show for you. A broadcast this evening.
You controlling me. You thought that I would stay your slave.
A serious discussion.
No strings on me. Oh no. Controlling us with your frequencies. Making it so hard to get away. You can do what you wanna do. Tap a phone when no you're listening. You can think how you wanna think now, but you can't stop us. The truth is rising. Lose, we refuse.
How y'all doing?
I will go down without a fight. You think that I can't see? Hey, what you doing to me?
We see what they're doing.
Not defeat me. Hey, my hand on your heel, I'm pulling through. A step ahead of you. They think that I can't see. You know, a higher power with me.
About to turn this up a notch, see what I spit into you and shot like electrical currents. Oh, current leaving you paralyzed, and this truth is so amplified while your ego's reduced in size. We a menace to your society, taking your kingdom violently. Bring a paddle to the battle, we can be here in the valley of an alley. It's a matter of time, they gonna come what we done, if you think of Messiah. I run the race until I finish her. Higher power giving me the ability. Chosen people with no other mystery. We won't stop.
You think that I can't see? Hey, what you doing to me? Yo, you cannot defeat me. My hand on your heel, I'm pulling through. A step ahead of you. You think that I can't see? You know, your power's with me.
baptized with it.
Your power with me.
Hit the like button, brothers and sisters. We have a discussion for you this evening. Come on. Maestro. That's right. As you come in, come on, hit the like button, brothers and sisters, as you come in. Once we get to about 1,500 people, we're going to start. So we're here at 1,000. Y'all doing a great job. Hit the like as you come in. Fantastic job. One more song and we'll begin our discussion. A moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Come on in.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
How you doing?
With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates.
Bless you. Shakara,
The Lord held the
Maria,
water still.
Tazalak,
To a
Tamara.
land where no mankind dwelt.
How are
We
you?
went. The 12 tribes of
Janita.
Israel.
How
We be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and
Oh, yeah. How are you?
Hawaii. The Lord is calling
Yeah.
back Israel.
What's going on?
From Panama, Gat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us
At gunpoint.
to gather our wives and children and sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Highest gathering is
How you
the Negroes,
Virgie, how are you?
the West Indians, Levi,
Santee's in the house.
the highest gathering is
At gunpoint. They held us at gunpoint. Sandy's in the house. Shalom.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be. Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Bali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
Come on.
Our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church, live with our weekly blog talk show, live throughout the four corners of the earth. First and foremost, I would like to say, that's right. A quick thank you to all of the brothers and sisters who continually support the work, first and foremost through prayer and supporting us by coming back to these platforms and building with the Gathering of Christ Church. Oh, that's right. And of course, we must say, Fawada Ahaya, that's the Most High, Bahashim, in the name of Yeshua Christ, Wa Rawak, by the power of the Holy Spirit. We thank the Most High in the name of Christ, through the Holy Spirit, for allowing us another day with breath to come before you and bring forth truth. Hey, You see the topic right now, and you see the title, and that's right. We're going to have us a good one. Not unlike the other discussions, I wanted to really open this up with the elders this evening. Really, because usually I do a monologue. Sometimes it takes 15, 20, 30 minutes getting through just to set the table for, food for thought. Set the table with food for thought so that at least the foundation is laid, so that with each broadcast, what we hope is that brothers and sisters take a little bit from this and add to everything they've obtained through the gathering of Christ Church to lead a righteous life and to navigate through what? Jacob's trouble. Okay. So today I'm going to do something different. I'm going to have a discussion along with the elders instead of doing a long monologue. I'm going to do a short monologue and then jump right in. Okay. As you can see, I have the elders on standby. Let's see, where are you? Not you, not you. I have the elders on standby right here. That's right. Elder Lawyer and Elder Gabar. Elder Ramar, I hope he can come in too. He can call in. All right. And we're going to have a discussion this evening, elders. The topic of moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Okay. Now that quote didn't come from the Gathering of Christ Church. That quote came from one of Martin Luther King's famous speeches. Okay. A moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Now, why am I bringing this forth today? Out of all the things to be talking about, and how are we going to quantify and bring this back to the Bible and the understanding of the times, the prophetic times we're living in? Of course, I had it all thought out. It's going to come around full circle. Don't worry about it. The reason, elders, that I came up with this topic is because we're living in a time of social justice, right? Where it seems every 4 years, there's a racial trigger that leads to black people rallying behind the left, after being incinerated through a propagandized racial promotion. And it seems like every 4 years we talk about social justice or social inequality. And it only comes up every 4 years, but that ain't the point I wanted to make. The reason why we titled this is not because of what they do. Something happened in between our blogs, elders, from last week. In particular, I don't know if y'all seen it, but I had AC, our production guy, folks, for those who don't know that, clip up pieces of the Aaron Rodgers interview. I don't know if y'all seen the whole interview, but I found it ironic in a time of social justice. A white man would quote Martin Luther King in lieu of what's going on with the forced mandates, not just on basketball players and others, on society. Out of all the people who would use this particular quote, I would have expected someone like LeBron James. I would have expected someone who were in a position like Muhammad Ali was in the 60s to use such a phrase to highlight the injustices that are being done throughout all of society. And disproportionately, these draconian laws are affecting black people. You would think that a time in it was, matter of fact, let me show you here. It was, let me pull it up here. It was, here we go. Can y'all see that? I don't know if y'all remember, brothers and sisters, but it was LeBron James and others nearly for Trayvon Martin running up towards the election, standing against racial injustice. that seemed like eons ago, right? Black people were actually standing up against unjust laws where a police could, whether he white or not, could have the autonomy to kill a man, specifically a black man, without any consequences. Some would have thought that these guys really stood for our people when it comes to what? You see the title. That they would stand and understand that there's a moral responsibility to obey unjust laws. How is it now that Aaron Rodgers is the one that's quoting Martin Luther King? Doesn't that seem weird? That he says, well, listen, this is what Aaron Rodgers said, and I can't quote it better than what he can say, but he says, I have a moral responsibility, like MLK said, to disobey unjust laws. And it's above the science at this point. It's more about control. Now, I would have expected a black athlete to stand like, what? You got it. Muhammad Ali, with everything on the line. How is it that a white man can do so? And why aren't people really magnifying this at the level it should? Because why? He's white, but guess what? He's right. He's right. He didn't understand the science of how it is if he's negative and go amongst his teammates that they're threatened. There's no science in that, according to him. And what he said was, listen, I need to speak out because there's people on this team that don't have the security I have. There's people that's on the bubble that could be cut. That if they don't make this team, hey, they can actually be fired and be out on the streets. A white man standing for predominantly black team. And that's what's going unnoticed here. Muhammad Ali had everything on the line. In the prime of his career, brothers and sisters, he said, I'm not going to fight the Vietcong, who's the same color as me. And a lot of you don't know the Vietnamese are from the 10 tribes. A lot of them, the 10 tribes ran into that area. He says, I'm not going to go over to America and kill people who look just like me, black and brown people, when my people are being killed here within the United States by the long arm of racism extended by the white man. He stood and said that. And you know what? It cost him 3 years, 3 prime years of his career. A lot of people don't know Muhammad Ali went to jail for refusing to go to war in Vietnam. Now, they wanted Muhammad Ali to they drafted him and all that because they needed a black face behind the political agendas towards warfare at that time. So sports and entertainment was usually, elders, that was usually the breeding ground from where they would actually pick the political leaders for us. Now, here we are. He said a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. And I would have expected LeBron and others to stand behind Kyrie Irving, since they won a championship together. I mean, when you on a team together, folks, that's like family. When there's breakup, someone lose a loved one, you're going through a hard time, it's your teammates that get you through. So Kyrie and that brother was teammates. You would have expected him to stand up and say, you know what? We would rather all walk out than to have it where brothers will lose their livelihood, lose the capacity to take care of their family if they decided not to deal with a medical procedure. Now, I'm not going to keep it on the medical procedure. I want to just keep it on common sense. And the fact that this white man is standing in a time where Jacob is between the crosshairs. So the question is, where are your Muhammad Alis? Only Kyrie Irving can come out and state, like, listen, something isn't right here. So elders, I'm about to play this video, and I need you all, Elder Gabar and Elder Lawyer, if you may, I need you to hear some of these snippets that AC put together for us, okay? And this is what Martin Luther King says, there's a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. And I would have expected that. It doesn't matter your color. This is to be expected. A lot of people don't know what happened in Germany that led to the quote unquote Holocaust. A lot of you don't know there were laws passed that was strictly unjust that the society was actually going along with. Okay? That led to people dying in mass number. You can debate how many it is. I'm not even going to go into the number because that number changes, but it doesn't matter. A lot of what happened to them, the Jewish people in the Holocaust, the people who did die there, according to the laws passed, everything that led to their incarceration was lawful. The police who led them onto the trains were ordered to do so. The people thought they were being protected from a disease, led on a train, and the train conductors, all of these people were getting paid. They were actually doing their jobs all the way to the concentration camps. Everyone had a job to do. And everyone was just obeying the laws of the land. Elder Gabar and Elder Lawyer, I need y'all to hear this real quick because as soon as this is over, I'm going to ask your opinion on what you've just heard. And Elder Lawyer, you got the scriptures I'm ready for me, right? The ones I asked you for?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let's listen to this. Aaron Rodgers live on the Pat McAfee show. It's about 13 minutes, so listen attentively, brothers and sisters.
Hey guys, how you doing?
I'm good. First things first, how are you doing? Is everything okay? Or how are the symptoms? Do we feel good? What's going on?
Fair use.
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. I believe strongly in bodily autonomy and the ability to make choices for your body, not to have to acquiesce to some woke culture or crazed, group of individuals who say you have to do something. Health is not a one-size-fits-all for everybody. And for me, it involved a lot of study in the off-season, much like the study I put into hosting Jeopardy or the weekly study I put into playing in the game. I put a lot of time and energy and research and met with a lot of different people in the medical field to get the most information about the vaccines before making a decision. And in actuality, it was pretty easy in the beginning to eliminate two of them. And it didn't involve going into the questionable history of some of their criminal activities and fraud cases or any of that stuff. It was simply the fact that I have an allergy to an ingredient that's in the mRNA vaccines. So on the CDC's own website, it says, should you have an allergy to any of the ingredients, you should not get one of the mRNA vaccines. So those two were out already. So my only option was Johnson & Johnson. At this time, in the early spring, I had heard of multiple people who had had adverse events around getting the J&J. Nothing that was no deaths or anything, but just some really difficult times and physical abnormalities around the J&J shot. And then in mid-April, the J&J shot got pulled for clotting issues, if you remember that, right? But one in particular stood out when I knew I was not going to win this. I had a meeting, and they said, one of the main docs said, it's impossible for a vaccinated person to get COVID or spread COVID. And at that point, I knew that I was definitely not going to win the appeal, and it was very shortly thereafter that denied. Which we know now that information is totally false. That was given to me. My medical team advised me that the danger I would be in to get of an adverse event was greater than the risk of getting COVID and recovering. The next great chapter in my life, I believe, is being a father, and it's something that I care about a lot. And to my knowledge, there's been zero long-term studies around sterility or fertility issues around the vaccines. So that was definitely something that I was worried about. And I went through my mind. Now, obviously, having an allergy to an ingredient, it took me off of being able to take the mRNA anyway. But that, even if I didn't have that, that would be something that would give me a little bit of pause, because we don't know what the long-term effects of these are. There's still clinical trials going on through 2023. So to just like, when people just say, oh, just get the jab. Well, first of all, everybody's body is different, number one. And second of all, there's a lot of things we don't know about this. But I mean, some of the rules to me are not based in science at all. They're based purely in trying to out and shame people, like needing to wear a mask at a podium when every person in the room is vaccinated and wearing a mask makes no sense to me. If you got vaccinated to protect yourself from a virus that I don't have as an unvaccinated individual, then why are you worried about anything that I can give you? You can have vaccinated people who actually carry and spread the virus, not testing for 2 weeks, and non-vaccinated people are the safest people in the building because we're the ones who are testing every single day and wearing masks the entire time. But instead, we're being made to think that we're the dangerous ones, we're the super spreaders, when in fact, we're the most infected by our body every single day. You test in the morning, and before you can go in the facility, you got to wait in your car for 30 to 40 minutes until they give you the okay to go in. Vaccinated people test and just go right in. So we had somebody test the other day. Vaccinated person tests, goes in, has breakfast, tests positive. Bummer, he just had breakfast with 5 people. I have major travel restrictions, so I can't leave the hotel. Can't have dinner with teammates, even though I tested negative that morning to even get on the flight. I work out off to the side in the weight room in a mask. Again, there's many studies about the efficacy of masks for workouts or the higher levels of CO2 inhaled during workouts, and that affects performance and body function. Not allowed to use the sauna or the steam room. I have to wear a yellow wristband at all times, basically shouting to the world, I'm uncleaned and unvaxxed. 2 days in, I had some symptoms Tuesday night, tested positive Wednesday morning. Didn't feel great yesterday. I'll get into what I've been doing, but I feel really good today. This is Friday.
It is.
But 10 days off regardless, where a vaccinated person just has to have 2 back-to-back negative tests. When it comes to the science again for non-vaccinated, it came up last week because Alan Lazard was a close contact to Devontae Adams, and Alan is not vaxxed, and they obviously tried to cancel him for that, but they also didn't bring up the fact that he tested negative every single day. So just because he was close contact and not vaxxed, this is what the league has done, is they've made it, hard for people, to have a decision because, you're, but I think the thing that is so disappointing is that it was not just that, but it was the coercion and the collusion, of GM saying they're not gonna sign non-vaccinated players, and the coercion for player 54 through 90 who thinks, if I don't make this squad that I'm on now in training camp, and I'm not vaxxed, my career is over. we've had, I'm the second non-vax player to test positive. It's pretty evident I tested positive being around a vaccinated individual. I mean, that's the majority of people I spend time with. There's been dozens of individuals that work at the facility that are vaxxed that have tested positive. So this idea that it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated is just a total lie. And I go back to like these two questions for the, for this woke mob. Like, number one, if the vaccine is so great, then how come people are still getting COVID and spreading COVID and unfortunately dying from COVID? Like, if the vaccine is so safe, then how come the manufacturers of the vaccine have full immunity? So let's just step back and realize, like, this vaccine is revolutionary, the things that they're doing. However, we don't know a whole lot about it. And to just say that it's a blanket for all that ails you, in my opinion, is wrong and reckless. I'm going to have the best immunity possible now, based on the 2.5 million person study from Israel, that people who get COVID and recover have the most robust immunity. We all should have been a little hesitant. When Trump in 2020 was championing these vaccines that were coming so quick, what did the left say? And I'm talking about every member of the left. Don't trust the vaccine. Don't get the vaccine. You're going to die from the vaccine. And then what happened? Biden wins and everything flips. Shouldn't that initially give you a little bit of pause and go, hold on a second? Has any member of the health staff this entire time got up and actually talked about real health? Have they talked about exercise, a healthy diet, like eating real food, drinking water, taking vitamins, vitamin D deficiency and what that causes in the body? No, there hasn't been any of that. Add this to the mix as an aside, but the great MLK said that you have a moral obligation to object to unjust rules and rules that make no sense. If I test in the morning and I wear a mask the entire facility, and you want me to wear a mask just to shame me that I'm not vaccinated, to continue to perpetuate a story that I'm not vaccinated, in a room where the only way you can get in that room is if you're fully vaccinated against a virus that I don't have as a non-vaccinated person. Not to mention, you're sitting more than 6 feet away from me, in most cases at least 20 feet away from me. Where's the science in that? Where's the science in that says, oh, that makes perfect sense? So it was my opinion that wasn't rooted in any science. Every other protocol I followed to the T. There's some jokes about how healing people, there's no money in it, which is an interesting thing to think about. The only time I haven't worn my mask is when I'm around all vaccinated people. And my response to those people would be like, hey, just so you know, I tested this morning negative, number one. And number two, you got vaccinated against something that you would be worried about me having, which I just told you I'm negative. To me, I can't make any more sense than that. Like, if I'm in public, I wear a mask. If I'm at my house, I'm not wearing a mask. This is a pandemic of health, right? As much as it is, a virus which mutates, which we know mutates, and it's going to continue to mutate and mutate on and on and on. But it's a virus of health, and the most important thing would be educating people on how to live a healthier life. That's how we can beat any type of disease. Not putting a blanket over it with a vaccine, which creates a spike protein, which recognizes one specific strand of a virus, which is made to mutate. How about we teach people how to be healthy? And until that is the conversation, and it's, it's nothing's going to happen. The conversation is going to be, that, I'm a, non-vaxxed person, and, then the non-vaxxed people, the right or whatever, is going to champion me, and the left is going to cancel me. And politics is a total sham. I'm not going to go on Fox News like I wouldn't go on CNN. Like I have zero desire to do any of that. The only desire I have is to empower people out there to take autonomy over their body in all forms and facets, and that you have the right to make a decision about your body. That should be an unalienable right for all people to make an educated decision based on what they think is best for them, their body, their family, their family's bodies, on and on and on. We've given away billions of dollars to these pharmaceutical companies now for these vaccines, and it's not going to stop. Merck's coming out with a pill. Pfizer's coming out with a pill that's going to help. Because I specifically said I'm immunized, and I felt like at some point that was going to get revisited. There were people that were fishing around about that had the story 2 months ago. So I knew that this was going to come. I was ready for it.
Hey, why didn't they go with it 2 months ago if they had it?
I don't know exactly why. Maybe there wasn't enough to cancel in the moment. They kind of got a windfall when I got COVID to go with this story. But look, I obviously don't want to ever get COVID and have to miss time from your teammates. But to label what they've labeled it selfish, deceptive, there was nothing deceptive about it. Like, me, the things I say are very pointed. If there had been follow-up questions, I would have answered them honestly as well. My team, everybody in the organization knew exactly what my status was from day one. And the decision I made was purely a decision that was in the best interest of my body.
Whoa. Now, first and foremost, let me make it clear. With me putting LeBron James in this montage next to Martin Luther King, it isn't meant, folks, it isn't meant for me to cast some level of aspersions against LeBron James and his silence during this whole thing. I'm using him here to contrast in context of what's going on. We would have expected the most recognized athlete, a black man, to have been the voice, using Martin Luther King's words as a defense. When an empire, a corporate structure, is dismantling all the freedoms that are protecting the people before what? Selling the people. Okay? One thing about the 60s, it wasn't just the blacks. Those who were for justice were on the same line of Martin Luther King with Martin Luther King. But in particular, there was no such thing. Very few stepped over that line, understanding the implications of being kicked out of a community that was fighting against what? Racial injustice. Okay? So when it came to the Brown Bomber, Joe Louis, when it came to Martin Luther King, whether it came to Sam Cooke, James Brown, I'm black and I'm proud, everyone was behind Martin Luther King. Because what Martin Luther King stood for initially was going to do what? Help all people to some degree. To be protected under the same constitutional freedoms we're paying our taxes for, to be protected under. But I digress. It was Aaron Rodgers who was willing to sacrifice himself. Now, did he sound like a quack to you all, brothers and sisters? And I'm about to bring this around full circle. Do he sound like a nut, a quack? Does he sound like someone that's irresponsible, that was out to harm others and all? See, what the media is going to do is they're going to try to incinerate the whole scenario every time his name is spoken of and get over emotional so that people can avoid to actually hear what Aaron Rodgers said. Now, I'm going to bring this around full circle, but I wanted to set the context of this discussion tonight of how a white man is actually using Martin Luther King's quotes to do what? To do what? You got it. To protect freedoms. The majority of his team are black people. I don't know if you all seen this quote, brothers and sisters, but I'm going to pull it up. Here it is. One of Martin Luther King's last quotes after he realized what the civil rights movement would eventually do once hijacked. Martin Luther King feared, I fear, I may have integrated my people into a burning house. Martin Luther King Jr. When it was all said and done, he realized that the civil rights wasn't exactly what we initially began to march for. That eventually, because at least before the civil rights, we understood that the white liberals were the enemies of our people. But what he feared was, under what you would call, if it changed from civil rights to social inequality, then that would include anybody who has a plight, who feel that they are being slighted. So what happens when you have every other people coming into the country? All the other people who've oppressed us now you can have a white man he can put on a dress now after oppressing us and become a protected class while still oppressing us. There's a few things I want to show here, elders. But I wanted to show this first. I wanted to show the Aaron Rodgers point with the fact that everything we marched for, now we need a voice of our people more than ever. People of influence and power with generational wealth, like Sam Cooke and others had back then. We need them to have a voice, and yet they're silenced. Now, I'm going to go into the Bible because, folks, this is Bible prophecy what's going on here as far as them trying to silence the lion. Where no one can even speak common sense unless they're white people. What's wrong with that picture? And I'm going to bring it around because at the end of this, after I'm finished this, we're going to jump over to the Travis Scott concert and what happened there and pull it all full circle of what's going on here. The satanic rituals and attacks against the children of God. But before we go there, elders, real quick, let me pull you in, and Elder Lawyer, you can give me your point first, and then Elder Gabar.
Yes, sir. As I'm giving my point, I just have something I want to send you real quick that you can show the people as I bring forward this point.
Okay.
Because you asked a very interesting question earlier. What happened to all of the Muhammad Alis? Let me try to send this to you here.
Just send it to me, and what I'll do is I'll put it on the screen simultaneously while we're breaking this down. Okay, let me get it here. You sent it through Instagram? It's an Instagram?
Well, it's a picture from Instagram.
Okay, all right.
It's Kaepernick's Instagram.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. Let me pull it up with both of you on the layer here. Okay, one moment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up here. Okay, I see it here.
All right, you have it?
Yeah, it states It states, let's see, I'm sorry. I believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. That's Colin Kaepernick.
And right under it, you see a symbol, a very famous symbol that we're all familiar with. And
Nike, just do it.
Right. So when and this is what I'm about to say, as Elder mentioned earlier, it's not to speak ill of Kaepernick. This is not to speak ill of LeBron. Okay, both good athletes, great athletes in their own right, whatever the case may be. This is not to speak down upon them. It's just to simply make a point. Okay. Now, again, the quote is believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. So a few years ago, when Mr. Kaepernick was taking the knee, obviously there was outrage, within the NFL or what have you. Why is he taking the knee? Why is he disrespecting the flag? So on and so forth. But ultimately, his sacrifice was congratulated handsomely by a multi-million-dollar Nike contract. So the question is, how was it when Kaepernick said to make a sacrifice, even if it means sacrificing everything, it was congratulated? On the other hand, you have, just to use an example, Mr. Irving, Mr. Kyrie Irving. Everyone has been stating, you've seen the sportscasters and the sports networks. They're saying that he needs to make a sacrifice for his team. Well, if you ask me, Mr. Irving is already making a sacrifice. They're stating that what? He may possibly lose, $15 million this year?
Yeah.
If he doesn't play and if he doesn't go through with the procedure?
Yeah.
That sounds like a sacrifice. And it sounds like that by making that sacrifice, he is in a position where he may possibly lose a lot, if not everything. Is that not what Nike promotes? Sacrificing, even if it means you lose everything.
Yeah.
Or believe in something, even if it means you sacrifice everything. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if people are coming in, Elder.
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So as you can see in this this advertisement, it's telling you believe in something, even if it means sacrificing everything. You have athletes, Mr. Irving, willing to step up and use his voice for what he believes in. He is making a sacrifice. He's being demonized for a sacrifice. We just saw Mr. Rogers standing for what he believes in. He's being ridiculed and demonized for his sacrifice. So the question is, which one is it? And it takes me back to the question that was asked earlier by the elder. What happened to all of the Muhammad Alis? And the reality is that they have been bought and paid for. The last thing they want is another Muhammad Ali, someone who is uncontrollable, someone whose religious belief was far more influential in his life than his career. Like, for example, if Muhammad Ali was told by Elijah Muhammad, who was his leader, that in order to be amongst the nation of Islam, you must quit boxing. Muhammad Ali would have quit boxing for his religious belief. That's how strong his conviction was for his belief. Okay? The last thing they want is another type of athlete where a wrench is thrown in the scheme. Remember, when Muhammad Ali was, for the most part, Muhammad Ali became beloved pretty much after he got sick. But for the most part of his career, Muhammad Ali was hated. I know now they try to make this whole big thing, we love Ali, Ali Boombaye, or, whatever the whole chant was. But the reality is that while he was alive, he was hated. Nonetheless, his skill could not be denied. Okay?
Yeah.
But ultimately, the point is that the last thing they want is another figure like a Muhammad Ali who cannot be controlled, who's going to say whatever he's going to say, who's going to disagree with you, irregardless of who you are, okay, is going to speak about things or speak against things that are in public interest, which are in the political interests of the powers that be, Okay, remember, as you mentioned earlier, he spoke out against the war when it was not popular to speak against the war. So he was doing things that were very well before his time, beyond his time, and as far as athletes, we haven't seen since that time. So what these corporations are doing are they're pretty much creating activists, like I have to say, Mr. LeBron James, Mr. Kaepernick. You have to realize these guys don't say anything that Nike does not agree with. These guys don't say anything that the corporation does not agree with. To understand that they may seem like they're stepping out of the line or they may be going against the grain a little bit, understand they check with Nike first. Make sure that the corporations agree with their what do you call it? Not their politicism, their activism. Okay? That was the Black Lives Matter thing. As you can see, that was an NBA t-shirt. It's not like LeBron came with that t-shirt as his own t-shirt to represent what he believed in politically. That was the NBA t-shirt. Black Lives Matter was on the basketball court just last year. That was corporate sponsored. On the NFL fields, that was corporate sponsored. Kaepernick eventually became corporate sponsored. Okay? So that's just the reality of what's going on with a lot. And again, this is not to speak ill of LeBron. Again, great athlete. Not to speak ill of Kaepernick, but that's just the reality of what's going on with a lot of athletes that we're looking at. We're saying, why aren't these guys really kind of stepping out there and saying what, it seems like they're very selective in what they stand for, or what they're willing to be outspoken about.
Well, Elder Lawyer, obviously they are a part of some discussions based on what I'm hearing through Aaron Rodgers. These discussions are being had, like Aaron Rodgers is talking about, in every locker room, not just through pro sports, college, you name it, even high school sports. People are privately talking about this, how some of these rules don't make any sense. So it's not like LeBron James hasn't indulged in these conversations. But what you're saying is the corporate finances, his endorsements has him handcuffed and tongue-tied. In a nutshell, it's against his contractual obligations to those who endorse him. And that's deep because J. Edgar Hoover and others who was witnessing Elder Lawyer, the civil rights movement, saying, well, listen, if there's any more black leaders that arise out of their communities that understand that we must control them, he says, we're not going to let this happen again, where these people organically begin to galvanize just the blacks within the United States, but the world. So J. Edgar Hoover and others sat together and said, well, listen, we have to make sure that if there's any leaders going forward after this, they're chosen leaders. Now, it's deep because they didn't choose LeBron James, but I believe through the corporate endorsement structure, they can control and make you silence on things that real leaders would actually stand against. But I just wanted to say that.
Absolutely. I believe so. And then there's always a flip side. So I want to be balanced in what I'm saying as well.
Yeah.
When it comes specifically to LeBron and other athletes who haven't been as outspoken, let me make this clear as well, because there's a lot of big money behind these guys. You have to realize that there's a lot of pressure there. And when I say pressure, these guys speaking out, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes and the pressure that comes on them. And let's say, quote unquote, or allegedly, the threats that come and the possible harm that may come on their life and things of that nature for them being who they are and speaking out and saying certain things that may upset some very powerful people in high places. So I want to be balanced and make sure that's out there as well. But yes, as you were stating, Elder, we have to realize that a lot of these athletes, just speaking about the you showed a very beautiful contrast between what was going on with Black Lives Matter, how that was heavily supported. And now we have people actually saying, well, look, I mean, we were able to, quote unquote, use our voice for this campaign. Why are we being castigated and being ridiculed and demonized for using our voice for this campaign?
Good point. Now, Elder Lawyer, no, you have another point. Bring out all your points because I'm going to bring in Elder Gabar now. It's up to you.
Yeah, just one last point, just with Aaron Rodgers. I'll make this brief.
No, take your time.
I noticed that the attack, I believe that the attack with Aaron Rodgers is going to be a lot different than what you've seen with some of the other athletes. The other athletes have stood up, like the Kyrie Irvings, like the brother, I forget the brother's name, Jonathan or something of that nature, who plays for the Magic. You had the brother Bradley Beal, who plays for the Washington Wizards, who came out and they all made statements.
Yeah.
And they were profound statements in their own right. I think the difference with Aaron Rodgers is that he brought information that could be used, that can be researched. It was a little bit more deeper than just my body, my choice. A little bit deeper than just, the surface level things that we've seen. He kind of went a little deeper than a lot of the other information that's out there. So I believe that based on that, the way that they attack him, the way that they ridicule him, and the mediums they use to do so are going to be much different. And I believe in many cases, even greater than what has been done thus far with some of the other athletes. But with that, I yield.
And I'm going to throw the proverbial ball over to Elder Gabar in a second. But on your point, Elder Lawyer, for those who missed it, don't worry about it. We're going to play a little bit of it later. I know you're coming in late. Our topic today, you got it, a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws, is a quote that was quoted by Aaron Rodgers, but it was a quote that was originally coined by the great Martin Luther King. One thing on your point, Elder Lawyer, before I throw the ball over to Elder Gabar, is that he made a statement. He said, Aaron Rodgers said, this is about health, isn't it? Now, I like how when he put it out there, he left a space for silence. He didn't immediately follow up because he needed that space of silence so that people can actually think. This is about health, isn't it? I mean, think about it. You're talking about athletes who a healthy body is their what? Livelihood. Some of the most strongest people, physically strong, who is their job to keep their bodies healthy year round. Wilson, that plays for the Seattle, Russell Wilson. He spent $1 million a year strictly on his health, strengthening, conditioning, and diet. $1 million a year, knowing that that's his livelihood. So I noticed how Aaron Rodgers elder said, this is about health, isn't it? It's as if he's telling the people, athletes are the healthiest people on earth, right? And if you were concerned about me being sick, because don't forget, he was diagnosed, elders, with COVID. He was diagnosed with it. So if you're concerned about a legend dying from a disease that everyone is scared about, shouldn't you at least ask the brother or Aaron Rodgers, how is he doing? So, right?
Right.
This is about health. All these political things aside, Aaron, you up in your house and you're quarantined. How are you feeling, Aaron Rodgers? Because your health is A1, regardless of how we feel about your stance. Not one person cared him having this disease on whether or not he was feeling, sick. Why? You know why they didn't ask him that question? Because based on how they've been promoting things, you're not supposed to feel as healthy as he is during the first couple of days of being diagnosed with this. And then others out there might ask, what is he doing? What is he doing where he said he could play that Sunday. He says, I feel so good if I'm dealing with the protocol, elders, but he says, I feel so good that I can play Sunday. Under any other circumstance outside of this, I would have played. And this is why he left space when he asked, is this about health? Because I would have expected someone in the midst of all this and saying how terrible this stuff is to at least ask the man, is he okay? That's one thing. All right. The ball goes now to Elder Gabar. Round of applause.
Shalom, Elder. How we doing? You know, I want to start this conversation with a question, and maybe you guys could take it.
Hold up, Elder Gabar. Elder Gabar.
Yes, sir.
Now, the only reason I'm doing it like this tonight, I'm doing it like this because usually when we get together, for a holy day, is a week after a Sabbath or something. I kind of like the conversations when we went, in the room where we can shoot pool and we can talk a little bit, just talk normal. Because when the sun go down, we have normal conversations, brothers and sisters, that actually trigger or stimulate conversations that must be had with the public. Because I know we're not the only ones. After the sun go down, the Sabbath's over, and we sitting down and we're talking and we eating and breaking bread with our families, having certain discussions. And I wanted brothers and sisters to see that part of us, right?
Yeah.
The discussions of everyday life, because guess what? There's nothing that even happened in the secular world that isn't prophetic and isn't a talking point that we can actually bring around full circle. So I wanted to have that type of barbershop after the Sabbath type of conversation where it's not a controlled situation, where we're just giving our take on whatever out there so that now we can have a talking point that others are discussing to lead them back to the knowledge of how to navigate through all of this, right? So I wanted to see how a discussion like this comes off, right? But go ahead, Elder Gabar. The floor is yours.
Shalom, elders. You know, I want to ask a question, maybe to and take it to this direction, see if you guys could follow me. It seems like that the only subject matter that Black people in America, whether they are Black leaders or Black entertainers or what have you, that the only subject matter they could talk about is about racism. As if, I don't know if it's, because you would expect that, given the fact that Black people in America historically, they also deal with Native Americans and indigenous people, but also, but predominantly people of color here in America, of these experimenting, we know all these statistics. What is that? It was some tests they were doing syphilis. They were testing syphilis on people of color here in America for years. And the list go on and on and on. Abortion, telling, and so forth, so on. You would think there will be a more outcry within the African American community about talking about, I'm not taking this, and this is the reason why. And let's put aside the whole concept of the history that the Americas has, or the United States government has. They have been declassified. This is not a conspiracy theory, of things like giving Black men syphilis, the Tonka incident, the reason why we went to Vietnam, that was a lie, declassified. We go on and on and on, right? But it almost seems like Black people as a whole now, they are afraid to have the conversation about the concept of, this is my body. I have a right as a human being. And I should choose what goes in my body.
Okay.
And I think what is happening is that Black people are, and I don't want to put a blanket across. You know, you have Williams, TV host. She spoke out, I'm not taking it, I don't trust it. Nicki Minaj, of all people, she said, I'm not taking it. I can't think of any others and things of that nature, but your typical black leaders that you see today is almost, they're still stuck on this racism only thing. Kaepernick and others.
Right.
And here we are, we have the single most detrimental thing that's happening here in America, that if they get away with this, if they get away with being allowed to tell people you cannot work here, you cannot come here. So I heard the gentleman, the football player, that he was saying that when he has to go in practice, he has to wait outside, get tested, wait for like 30 minutes and go in. If you've been vaccinated, you don't have to wait, right? And look at the logic behind that, or the lack of. You could still pass COVID. You could still pass this disease, or the jab, or the I don't know what code words we want to use, but forgive me. You could pass this disease even if you've been vaxxed.
Well, Elder Gabar, real quick, on the point you just made, and I didn't want to lose that point. I went to the cdc.gov, and a lot of people don't know about this PDF. I had it for a long time, and I just wanted to pull it up real quick. I had it. I downloaded it on my laptop early last year. But here it is. I wanted to pull it up. It says the CDC strategy for global response to it, Dovik 91, 2023 to 2023. So they had a plan already rolled out for the full 3 years, which when you go to the CDC's website, it tell you that there's clinical trials up into 2023. And I'm saying that is because when we heard Aaron Rodgers, he said that's some of the research he looked into, that it's still under, like, some of the effects of it, the side effects or the adverse events cannot be known until after the trials are done, until they have enough data in something that just rolled out to know how it negatively or positively affected the world's population. It isn't until after 2023 that they will be able to say, well, okay, based on this, here are the side effects, like the long list of side effects they run off after every other drug that went through clinical trials. Well, they can't give you any adverse effects right now because that data have to be collected by 2023 before they can say, okay, this many people died, these many people, whatever. They don't know the sterility or fertility issues, as so to speak, until after the trials are done. So I think that's the point Aaron Rodgers we're talking about, is that he found out that a lot of the data he would like to know now is not going to be available until after 2023. But like he said, suppose something negative happens to him before they know the ill effects of what might happen from this. I mean, every other drug we see that's clinically proved or that you would call FDA approved usually come with a long list of side effects that comes with the certain medication. This is one that there's no side effects. No one knows any side effects about it. So that's the point he made. Like, hold up. Now, if I had a long list like the medication that I get from my doctor, then I can make a conscious, educated choice. But it was hard for him to do that. So I want to say this. He didn't say that he was against it either. Okay, let's make it clear. He never said, and guess what? He just made a conscious choice for him with the research being an athlete. If one thing goes wrong with his body, the livelihood for him and his family is shot. So I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, Elder Gabar. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I think the more important issue in regards of this conversation is that they, when you and I were kids, our moms used to take us to the clinic, the doctors used to check us, and we used to get a shot. You know, it used to sting a little bit. We used to cry or close our eyes and things of that nature. And, you know, the chickens pops and so forth, so on. And what I'm thinking now is that we may, I won't say too late, because it's never too late to stand for your rights, but it may be a situation. I think we should have started this fight in the 80s when they passed a law that the pharmaceutical companies cannot be sued for any reason, right? We should have stand back then. We should have made us think of it, and because I think about it. We're making a big thing about, you know, this jab, but we've been getting jabbed, our children, for decades now. But stuff that, you know, you can't go to school if you don't take this.
Yeah.
You can't, you know, if you go, you know, you gotta get this shot if you want to go to this trip or the things of that nature. It start even in the military, right?
Yeah.
If you're military, you got a sign that you could take any shot with no question.
Yeah.
We should have taken a stand back then. And I think now what's happening is they kind of snacked in the back door, the slide door. But now we're in a situation that we are arguing about the danger of this jab or this potential there, and that's why we don't want to take it.
Yeah.
It should not even go that far.
Yeah.
It should not even go that far. It should just be, I don't want to because I don't want to. It's my body. Mind your business. This is my body.
See, but Elder Gabar, that was the point of Aaron Rodgers, and this is why they're trying to discredit him before brothers and sisters are allowed to actually just go there and see what the brother's talking about. Mm-hmm. This is why they try to discredit him, Elder Gabar. This is why they don't want you to see it, because he's like, well, listen, this is my body. So I don't have to explain to you, you know, because at the end of the day, if something go wrong, who have to live with that decision? Not the people who told him to get it. So the whole thing, but I respect that he's putting himself on the line for those who may get cut, and they're taking it because, you know, just to make the team.
Yeah.
And it's a numbers game. What happens if somebody decide not to get it? Well, the guy who got it will probably have his slot. And what Aaron Rodgers felt was, this is unfair. Yeah. We're supposed to be a team, and you got people at odds with each other over whether or not they're going to put something in their body. This isn't right. He says it isn't right. Now, to me, I don't care, like the statements I've been making, Elder Lawyer and Gabar. I feel every individual need to do what they think is right for them. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Do what's right for you, but don't try to push your decision on someone else. That's when it's a problem. That's when there's no more freedoms at all. That's why, listen, like Aaron Rodgers, he just said he did the research for his body, and he's seen how this divided his team. And you know what? Out of all the leaders who call themselves leaders of teams, that's what a real leader looks like. A real leader isn't silent when his team is being divided. When everyone can talk common sense in closed doors and whisper it like slaves before they decide to run north. They have to whisper about it.
Right.
You understand?
But Elder, they will scream and shout when a brother gets shot.
Yeah.
But this is, you see the psychological thing?
Yeah.
And they will stand for it. It's like the only thing that black people can stand for is for racism. But this medical thing is almost like a taboo. It's like insane. And this is the most fundamental, time in regards of if they get away with this, it's over.
Yeah.
If I checked every week how many people been jabbed. Yeah. And I am proud to say that the needle has not moved. It was 58.5% last week, and it's 58.5% this week. The people that are standing for your rights, stand for your rights. Stand for your rights. Yeah. Enough is enough.
Mm-hmm. And Gabar, I'm glad you're saying that, right? Because I'm not suggesting that a person don't take it if that's what they want to do. I'm not doing that at all.
Choice.
Yeah, but isn't that what freedom is? The whole deal is this. The problem is, for the first time in world history, someone is imposing their medical decision on others. That's the problem. If you're saying you needed to keep your job or whatever the case is, that's but I know what it is, elders. Some people don't like to put their toe in the water until they see others are already in the water. And see, the whole thing is, I'm going to tell you real quick. Let me tell you, folks. And then when they get in the water and they're in it, I'm not going down by myself. So now they trying to push everyone else. Come on in the water. The water's fine. Come on in. Nah, you stay in the water that's your decision. So that's my thing. It's like, listen, this is an individual decision. And I thank the Most High that I have the Bible. Why? The Bible make it clear of what unclean ingredients are. If I'm not, if I'm not going to eat a swan sandwich, I'm definitely not going to take some stuff that I don't know what's going to happen. Not me, but that's my individual choice, and that's what Aaron Rodgers did. He didn't tell everyone what they needed to do. He said what was right for his body, knowing that he only get one of these. And he says the next best chapter in my life is being a father. And I don't know whether or not this is going to cause sterility issues. I don't need to now think about having a child and now I made a decision and now I can't. He says, I don't know about that. So the whole thing is he's talking about his personal decisions. He's not, let me tell you, he may take it and everything could be fine. But he's not talking about that. He's saying the unknown, he's not willing to risk the unknown. But he's willing to do everything he can to make sure that he don't infect other people. He'll make sure that he's around other people that he's negative. And guess what? That's more than what I'm seeing out there in the regular world. People are not testing every day and knowing their status before coming in your space. So I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead, Elder Gabar.
Yeah, and I want to end you with this, that Elder Lawyer mentioned earlier today about where are your Martin Luther Kings, where are your Malcolm X, where are your black leaders? And I was thinking about that, right?
Yeah.
Because, I saw last week Kanye West interview that he had on one of these rap podcast shows. And, it went viral with the whole Hebrew thing that we, the 12 tribe of Judah, needs to, 12 tribe of Israel, but, at least he's working it out. So, and he is saying, I'm a leader. I'm the black leader in the black community. And he wants, when I saw that video, I wanted to talk to you about this, is that it seems like he wants validation of being a leader. And I remember when I was growing up, leaders led. They need to be screaming at the top of their lungs, I'm a leader.
Let me tell you, Elder Gabar, the greatest leaders never asked to be so.
Exactly. And
the greatest leaders, any leader in history will tell you, it was circumstance that thrust them in position. And 9 times out of 10, when they realized that this is what they were called to do, they was doing everything not to become that. Leader, a leader is not something that somebody, I want to be a leader. It doesn't work that way. Because one of the things about a leader, the greatest leader has to have what? He has to have the propensity to follow, to understand what it means to follow. Humility. You got to have some level of humility. You have to have some level of not only that, one of the greatest parts of being a leader is not wanting to do it. That's one of the greatest components. Look at what happened to Jonah. Jonah had to run away, but most times, like, you're the only one, you're the only prophet who can see everything that I'm breaking down. I'm going to use you. This guy ran away. Because when you realize that you're going to be rejected, when you realize what comes with it, it's not a comely position. So I'm just saying, Kanye's he's a little eccentric, right? And sometimes he say things right off the cuff, in the midst of wine or whatever the case is. But all in all, he has become a leader in his own right, in his own weird way, at least for Generation X and Z.
Yeah.
Okay. But no, you don't want to be a leader.
Right. But if you're a leader, Mr. Ye, I think going back, just lead. Leaders lead. That's what they do. But I wanted to also add and notice. I noticed something while Elder Lloyd was speaking earlier about where your Martin Luther Kings and your Malcolm X and your black leaders.
Let me tell you another guy who's been faced with certain challenges, that if it wasn't for the pull of the world, would be a great leader. And I'm going to tell you who that is. I'm going to tell you who that is, man. That's Nick Cannon. There's a reason. Let me tell you. There's a reason. Let me tell you, elders. There's a reason that even though he broke the golden rule and stepped out there against those who you can't say anything about, but still was accepted back in. You know why? Because of the brother's mind. There's not a show he can't touch that it doesn't become what? Platinum. He has a way of he's plugged so into the culture. He can write a show and tell you exactly who he can convince to listen or look at it. And he take this gift, this natural gift, every place he goes, with every show he's a part of. Now, when I say that's a gift of the leader, because a leader have to see the whole thing. You're not just cobbling things together and putting it together as you go. He has a strategic mind. And I'm going to tell you, and see, I'm able to look at these things from a broad perspective, that Amalek knows the gift this guy has and was scared when he realized who he was, because of how his mind worked and how they use him. Let me tell you something. He would be the equivalent of a pop icon, like the Ed Sullivan Show, when he used to introduce all the different acts. Bob Barker, The Price is Right, when game show guys were celebrities. So he was the first guy who can bring the pop culture as well as the game show thing all into one nuance during the time of hip hop to influence 2-3 generations of children. Now, I can see it after following with Michael Jackson all the way up into this time, that it takes a lot of talent and skill and patience and a lot of reading to be able to do what Nick Cannon does. And guess what? If they would have got rid of, if they could have gotten rid of him by replacing him with someone who think like he does, they would have. They would have. But I'm going to tell you, outside of the little negatives and all the other stuff that he deal with, the brother has a mind to understand the pulse of society. And that's a gift in of itself. And what I'm saying is, I know he went through that there, but I'm going to tell you, that brother is gifted in more ways than one. And it's only gifts that the Most High can give a man. I'm just putting it out there. Now, I know he's not with us and he's not. I'm just telling you, that's the mind of a leader. They can put him in a room and say, Nick Cannon, here's a show with some masks. Give us a show. He'll put it together and it'll be a success. Okay? And that's all the icon frontmen wrapped up into one, and cultivated with what? The soul of being a black man. Not too many people could have accomplished what this young man accomplished in all different sectors of the media world. And guess what? I'm gonna tell you, a lot of it go unrecognized because he's black. I'm gonna tell you that right now, but I can see it. But go ahead, Elder. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it you know, going back to what the elder was saying earlier about, you know, where your black leaders.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
Brothers and sisters, it's okay to respect the gifts that the Most High put in a man or a woman. Even if we disagree on things. I disagree. We may disagree on moral lines. I'm able to and you have to understand, this is why Christ hung out with the publicans and sinners. He says, if you are a physician, if you are healed already, you need no physician. Christ was able to see the essence that was created in the person by the Most High and appreciate that. And this is what a lot of y'all don't understand. There's no person in this earth was whole. No person until they seen what was right and began on the path of wholesome. So Christ is able to see people where they are and still respect what? The power they were blessed with to come into this earth to bless others. And see, when you grow, when you get of age and grow wisdom, you'll understand to be able to value the gifts in people. Even if y'all don't see eye to eye, even if you don't agree with everything this person does, you can expect the Most High's power in them. And I wanted to put that out. There's no one person I agree with on everything or like everything about. But you can respect the uniqueness in a blessed person who's blessed, who has and continue to bless others with their gifts. I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead, Elder. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the point I wanted to bring out is that Elder Lloyd was mentioning earlier about, you know, what your black leaders, and something came to mind.
Yeah.
That I realized something that all our black leaders that came in previous to us, you know, the Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X, and so forth, so on.
Yeah.
They always had a spiritual foundation, right? And I don't know, and I guess I want to, you know, this question just popped up in my mind, or this thought, and I want to kind of, you know, ask you guys this question. Do you think that the new leaders now, or are all the Kanye West, the Nick Cannon, the what's the other brother from NWA, Ice Cube? I know he was out, you know, with his agenda. Do you think that the new leaders are going to come from stars of you know, Black Latino stars that came up in the grind, made it, now they got their own money, and now they can make some changes? That's question number one. Part two of that question, do you think that it's impossible for someone to be a leader without any spiritual moral foundation? That, you know, if they don't have that, and, you know, and I'm not saying these guys don't have that, but it always seems that the leaders that actually made some changes. I mean, regardless, you know, how you feel about these gentlemen, the men like Martin Luther King, they passed laws now that people from the alternative lifestyle are benefiting. Women are benefiting. These things were monumental changes in America and things of that nature.
Well,
so that question is, do you think that the new spiritual leaders are going to come from churches, or, you know, the Nick Cannons of the world, or well, eventually it will have to go back to church? What say you?
Well, it's like this, right? And I know a lot of people won't say it, right? Let me read real quick, because Elder Gabar, sometime when I'm speaking to the elders, you have the innate way of bringing things around full circle to exactly where we're pivoting to. You had no idea where I was going next, but I'm glad you did that, because it's pivoting exactly where I wanted to take this discussion. I'm in Isaiah 30, right? And Isaiah 30 says this, Elder Gabar, to answer your question. And therefore will the Most High wait, that he may be gracious unto you, and therefore will he be exalted, that he may have mercy upon you, for the Most High is a God of judgment. Blessed are all they that wait for him. Listen. For the people shall dwell in Zion and in Jerusalem. Though thou shalt weep no more, he will be very gracious unto thee at the voice of thy cry. Jacob's cry. When he shall hear, he will answer thee. Now listen to how he will answer thee. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, ye yet shall not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers. So when you see Ice Cube, Elder Gabar, on the back of what you were saying concerning leaders, during the time of the election, bring forth a plan for our people outside of everyone else. And at the same time, a few weeks beforehand, put up an Instagram showing black people as slaves in Egypt. Mm-hmm. Obviously, he know he's Judah. He's seen his teachers. When you hear Kanye West says that I'm from the 12 tribes of Judah, regardless of what he's saying, maybe the Most High is moving him one day to be a teacher.
Yeah.
That's right. Eyes have seen the teachers. During the whole COVID thing, Maestro sends me an Instagram of Drake. Everyone is locked in, doing lockdowns. Maestro sends me, the Gathering of Christ Church, an Instagram of Drake in the studio looking at a computer. And guess what's on the computer, Elder Gabar? Myself, and Elder Lawyer. Or Drake is sitting there, and the computer's open on the side somewhere with myself and Elder Lawyer right there. So when the Bible says, even though you receive the water of affliction, surely your eyes shall see your teachers, that they will not be moved to corners anymore. Because you have to realize what we're doing is an old idea. And the idea is Christ. And you cannot kill that idea. Understand, at one point, that idea that was Martin Luther King's was Christ's idea. But he opened it up, elders, where it can be politicized so that the enemy can wiggle in. It changed from civil rights for the oppressed slaves in America to social justice for all. And once they were able to have him proclaim that, well, now Jewish people, Chinese people, now gays, because he did that social justice for all, he allowed those who were oppressing us to now do what? Gain power over the levers of civil rights within our communities to destroy us. And this is why at the very end of Martin Luther King's life, his last quote, when he realized that he was being duped, that it wasn't about giving black people anything at all. He sat amongst his close loved ones and said, you know what? I fear I may have integrated my people into a burning house. So what he originally marched on that galvanized the world, brothers and sisters, wasn't how it ended. They took a talking point and made that Martin Luther King's what? Claim to fame. And they wanted everyone to remember the I have a dream speech. But that wasn't the idea that galvanized us to stand, even if it mean walking out, not working, even if it mean not taking the bus. We shut the whole thing down. It wasn't Chinese people. It wasn't trans people. It wasn't people of color. It was Judah, who realized their power if they stand together. It was that idea they feared. Because suppose Judah stopped working all around the earth. The corporations were shaking in their boots. That means the whole earth economy shuts down. So they needed him to make a more inclusive speech so that now they can come in and that's right, and stake claim to a pie, a piece that they were never a part of. And that leads us here, elders. That leads us here. Elder lawyer. That leads us here,
Sir.
back to the title. There's a moral responsibility to disobey. Listen to what he said. There's a moral obligation to disobey an unjust law. There's a moral we have an obligation to not obey something that's unjust. But once he started marching with all other people and had these other races of people create an organization for us, the NAACP wasn't created by black people for black people. That's where they started that inclusion garbage.
Yeah.
Where they would take the taskmasters amongst us to be the face of an organization that was put in our communities to take reconnaissance on what was going on and to eventually hijack everything our people marched and died for. And now we're talking about trans life and this lives. And it was strong black men hanging from trees that was able to get the rights we're seeing right now. I don't want to hear that garbage. People of color, women of color. And this is what Martin Luther King realized they were trying to do. After his speech, he got all these people in the room that had nothing to do with the oppressions that our people dealt with in this country. No other people should be able to come to America and now get civil rights. Only the oppressed of that particular country should have access to any finances that go towards civil rights. That's right. If something happened in Germany, that's where you need to go to get some level of reciprocity or reparations. If something happened to you in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you need to go back to Japan, and that's where people got to pay you, whoever oppressed you there. But you can't all now come into a country and claim oppression, including my sexuality, while the people who died for the rights to actually receive anything are the last that becomes the last in line. And this is why the Most High said this. Elder lawyer, let's get Deuteronomy 13. A lot of people fail to realize that Martin Luther King, the last days of his life was almost as synonymous with how the Black Panthers were rolling. He started getting the Black Panthers and others to do with security and all that, because he started to realize they was going to take his speech and turn this into all inclusion to forget the people who died building this country. And now here we are. Well, now we're talking about gay rights. What? Are you kidding me? We're talking about gay rights? That means a white gay man who could have oppressed us now have the political high ground and the finances my forefathers died getting to now oppress me. This is what Martin Luther King feared. And I'm not, let me make it clear, I'm not homophobic either. Having a phobia means you hate something, or you, oh my God, when somebody come, you're scared and you try to get up under a table or something. That's what a phobia is.
Mm-hmm.
A matter of fact, you wouldn't know someone is gay unless they said it. Really, if a person was really trying to live a normal life without trying to show who they are with all this other stuff, you wouldn't even know someone's lifestyle unless they said it.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King quoted elders, "I fear I may have integrated my people into a burning house. And this is why the Bible speaks this." Let's read Deuteronomy 13, Elder Lawyer.
Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse number 1.
Let's read it.
If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams,
Come on.
and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass,
The sign
whereof he
or the
spake
one, the sign and the wonder come to pass. I've seen the mountaintop. I've seen the mountaintop. One of these days where we can all use the same toilet and drink out of the same faucet. Remember that? And you wonder why out of nowhere they had these gay bathroom conversations out of nowhere. What they was doing was taking a script from the old civil rights thing about not being able to use the same bathroom or faucet and try to say, well, what bathroom should we use? Because I don't know who I am. Should I use both bathrooms? It was just a political talking point to give them attention as being marginalized or needing something extra outside of what the regular liberties and tax money is affording. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
And the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, Let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them.
And that was the mistake. That was the mistake Martin Luther King made. This is why at the end of his life, he realized, he feared that he led his people politically into a burning house. He should have told all those people who wanted to march with him, listen, you can get a TV show, you can go out there and you can publicly state that you're behind us. But we have to do this ourselves. That's what he was supposed to have done. Because I don't need you aligning what happened to you over in another country with the plight of what was happening to my people right now, right here. So I'm not going to lock arms with you so that you can now hijack the finances in the future that will belong to the children who've been suffering oppression in this country as what? The descendants of slaves who are the tribe of Judah. That's what Martin should have did. But he had Jesse and others have political aspirations saying, well, no, man, sometimes you have to play the game. You have to be more inclusive if you want. Nah. There's a way of being inclusive, but still do what? Separate. Be separate. There's a way of being inclusive, but separate. If you want to know how to do that, look at the Jewish people. They are inclusive with everything we see here, but they have their own communities. And they're not trying to have black people march with them for them to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
They're unified. Let me tell you, there's a lot of, I know some Jewish people who are good people, straight out, that I've had relations. I've related to, excuse me, not relations, but I've related to. Be it in I had managers, I had in the music business who looked out for me and all that. And guess what? They were good people. But when it came to Hitler, when Hitler was spoken about, think about this, brothers and sisters. When Hitler was talked about, they were able to unify together against anybody outside of Hitler. Okay? They was able to rally together and say, well, this is our problem, our situation. Right? This is our situation. Black people couldn't march about Hitler. So that was his issue. That was our issue. We were including everybody. We were including everybody when we should have said, well, no, this is our march. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse number 3. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams.
Come on.
For the Lord your God proveth you to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul.
Now read that part again, Elder Lawyer.
Verse 3. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams.
That dreamer of dreams, read.
For the Lord your God proveth you to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul.
Because the Most High will prove you on whether or not you love him with all your heart and all your soul. Now, what would happen to the dreamer of dreams? Read.
Verse 4. Ye shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him and keep his commandments.
Keep his
and
what?
obey his voice. And ye shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him and keep his commandments.
And keep his commandments. Go on.
And obey his voice. And ye shall serve him and cleave unto him.
And you shall serve him and cleave unto him. Read.
Verse 5. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death.
Shall be what?
Shall be put to death.
Shall be put to death. If you can't lead a people with dreams. When he said, I've been to the mountaintop and I may not get there with you, brothers and sisters. Understand it. He was paralleling that with a story, an old ancient biblical story of Moses looking from the mountaintop, but not being able to cross over into Jordan. So in order for him to parallel himself to that story of Israelites, he must have read about the Israelites, about a leader who seen the promised land, but didn't cross over. See? So if he knew of Moses looking from a mount, from this mountain on this side, Mount Horeb, and looking over and seeing the promised land and not getting there, he must have read the 10 commandments. He was a pastor. He must have read the law, statutes, and commandments. So he was paralleling our people with the Israelites who were what? Who were enslaved and had an exodus from Egypt in his speeches. And this is why the Most High said, nah, you can't give a dream out there. You have to listen, we have to wake up, tell people the truth. Let everyone know that we are the children of Israel. See? That we are a nation of people in exile. Suffering in modern day Babylon, in modern day Egypt. Elder Lawyer, let's get back to it now. A moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Let's go to Hosea 4:1.
Hosea 4, verse number 1.
Read it.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land.
The Most High have what?
Because the Lord have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land.
It says the Most High has a controversy with the inhabitants of the land. He has a controversy with the inhabitants of the land. Go ahead.
Because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land.
Because there's no what?
Because there is no truth,
nor
mercy,
no mercy,
nor knowledge of God in the land.
No knowledge of the Most High in this land. It was upon the religious leaders, Elder Gabar, to not drop the proverbial ball. Because what people fail to realize, Martin Luther King's whole position was, that's right, it was the Christian church. He was a pastor.
Mm-hmm.
He led with his morality first, at least with the beliefs within his belief system. A moral code, a standard, an image. Look at his image. He would walk and how nice he was dressed. Beautiful wife, children. And every place they marched, other whites down south and others would see what? Prestigious, distinguished, righteous people. So this is where other races of people were looking to at least cross the line to support us. Because they realized our image, we were holy people. We were being presented as God made us, distinguished. But there's no truth in this land. Keep in mind, all of those movements we talk about, Marcus Garvey and all these were Bible-believing leaders.
Mm-hmm.
So now they would have to switch it where no longer will it be about those who lead with their God or their morality. So they had to use what? Their controlled corporate marbs of entertainment. And they would pick leaders who people would know right out that part of their lifestyle is immoral to lead the people. They did that on purpose. And there's no truth now. There's no people, because no sooner as these guys try to say something, what'll happen? 9 times out of 10, the corporate structure will begin to highlight their immorality. And the things that they know these guys have done behind closed doors. And this is why when you ask me that question, Elder Gabar, about the leaders, they have to be controlled leaders amongst the corporations where these people have a dossier on them. It can't be Bible believers, because people who believe in God and have serious conviction cannot be controlled through a corporate structure. So they had to switch that image to what you see today. People who will lay down and be silenced strictly because of what? With the fear of losing their livelihood. In actuality, the leaders they're giving us aren't leaders at all. And like I mentioned, leaders are made. And I'm going to tell you, if there's any leaders right now within the whole corporate structure that we are witnessing, it will be 2. If there were leaders. Kyrie Irving and Aaron Rodgers. That's it. Read that last scripture again, Elder Lawyer.
Hosea chapter 4, verse 1.
Read it.
Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land.
He have a controversy with the inhabitants of the land. Read.
Because there is no truth.
Because there is no
mercy.
What?
Because there is no truth.
There is no truth. Or what?
Mercy.
Or mercy.
Nor mercy. Nor knowledge of God in the land.
Nor knowledge of the Most High in the land. The Most High have a controversy with the inhabitants of this land because it's not about truth anymore. This is why when people like Kyrie stand up, people like Aaron Rodgers stand up and say it doesn't make any sense, they're ostracized because people are not used to even hearing truth anymore. Well, now you could be made to do something that doesn't make any sense because there's no truth. And there's no leaders out there to point out how ridiculous all this is. And this is why the Most High stated this. Go to Job 13:4 of the lawyer.
Yes, sir. The book of Job, chapter 13, verse number 4.
Read it.
But ye are forgers of lies.
Ye are what?
Ye are forgers of lies.
Because you have to realize the political systems, the media conglomerates, they sit around in think tanks with editors and all that to forge lies, to come up with new ways using psychology on how people, to convince people how to accept their own demise. Like Aaron said in the video I showed before we did these monologue and discussion, elders, Aaron Rodgers said, well, listen, man, I thought this was about health. You have to realize these think tanks sit around, and for years, folks, think about this. Have you ever seen commercials where all they're talking about is death, sickness, and no one is pushing back? They're forgers of lies. If we say cancer enough, we'll have people believe that it's normal to get something in their, to get some death in their body without them actually looking into where it comes from. Cancer is just like anything else. It's just like walking down the street. No, it isn't. But if we say it enough, we'll have people stand up and say, yeah, I embrace cancer and I'll fight cancer. How ridiculous is that? No. Like Aaron Rodgers said, isn't this about health? Let's get to the origins of cancer. Let's get into the ingredients that causes cancer. If this is about health, I don't want to fight cancer. We want to make sure no one get it. How about that? And see, and this is why the Most High says they are forgers of lies. They'll sit in think tanks and forge away and say, yeah, this may get rid of this many people or whatever the case is. How can we convince people to actually buy this campaign or to follow along with it? Oh, yeah, well, we got this guy here, this girl over here. You know, they are inspiring politicians there on the debate team. And a lot of people like them, popular people. We'll just get these talking heads to go in their community and tell them it's good for them. Forgers of lies. Forgers of lies. Like Aaron Rodgers say, if this is about health, I don't want to hear about cancer outside of what lifestyle that we must live to avoid it altogether. That's how you beat cancer. Come back to the law, statutes, and commandments of God and look at every ingredient that goes into your body, including your drinking water. That's how. If you disobey, you shall die. If you follow the Most High, you shall surely live. See? Death is a product of, it's a product from what? Disobedience. So we're living in a world where they'll construct a lie and have us carry their water by accepting it. Oh yeah, cancer. Well, everybody get cancer. Oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm going to fight cancer. Not realizing you've been programmed to accept death. And I'm just using that as one of many examples. If people really cared about health, you would first examine the ingredients going into your bodies. And I'm not talking about shots. I'm just talking about everything. Colt 45 and drinking malt liquor and all these other things. Cocaine, synthetic marijuana, all this. And that's just the light stuff I'm talking about. Oxycodone and breaking your whole body down where your immune system is done because you're popping Percocets. And then you go every day, you're eating fast food, not realizing the preservatives, the dangerous preservatives in it. Not drinking water. And when you drink water, it's water with fluoride in it. which causes fluorosis of the bones, destroy your teeth, brain issues, lower your IQ. And you will sit there and you will drink stuff like Monster with the 666 on it. You'll drink Red Bull, Bell. It gives you wings. Yeah, because you're almost out of here drinking Red Bull. And that's right. Because the aspartame and the other things up in it, I'm going to tell you right now, it can strip the paint off a car. And you're sitting there wondering why you got cancer. Well, you are ingesting it, you're eating it, you're drinking it, going against the laws of God, destroying the temple of God. Cancer is a curse. And it's a curse that we accept by not looking at God's law, only to avoid the ingredients that the forgers of lies are cooking up every day in their laboratories to kill off a certain number of the population. So when you die or when you fall to some of this, there's no one to blame but the individual who's not looking at the burgers we're eating, the hot dogs we're eating, and all the other ingredients that are causing cancer down the long run. It's no coincidence, brothers and sisters, that you have the Food and Drug Administration as one administration. I need y'all to think about that for a moment. How can you have the Food and Drug Administration as one organization? No, I need my food separate from my drugs. That's a conflict. And it's time for brothers and sisters to take full ownership of their temple. The Bible says they are forgers of lies. A lot of what we eat drives us right into the hospitals with all of these diagnoses. And I'm glad Aaron Rodgers made those statements. And you know what makes Aaron Rodgers credible? Because as an athlete, you must watch everything, because your body is the livelihood for your family as an athlete. Your body, and he's doing this almost 40. So he must take special care of his individual body more so than any normal individual. That's what makes his words credible. That's what makes his words credible. Without a strong athletic body, he's out of business. And that's what makes him credible. Mm-hmm. The Bible says they are forgers of lies. And go ahead, Elder.
You are all physicians of no value.
And they are all physicians of no value. Because a physician is supposed to heal you to a degree where the body needs no medication afterwards. A physician is to heal to make one whole, not to make someone what? A habitual medication taker. Mm-hmm. A true physician, you don't have to see him all the time, because he's telling you, he or she is explaining to you how to keep your body whole, healthy, strong, outside of pharmaceuticals. And that's why the Bible says they're forgers of lies, Job 13:4, and physicians of no value. If it's about health, then they should be telling you how to stay healthy without medication. And hence the reason why no one asked Aaron Rodgers, how are you doing, Aaron? How you feeling? Because it was about health. That's what they will be caring about. Not whether or not he's saying something that's going to be a glitch in their matrix. If it's about health, oh, you got it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers said, yeah, I have it. And I'm feeling fine. No, they couldn't have that narrative out there. Mm-hmm. The Bible says that they are what? Forgers of lies and physicians of no value. Because at the end of the day, after we do all they say do, there should be less people dying. Right? Elder Lawyer, I need y'all to look at y'all screen. I want to show one other thing before I open up the calls. All right?
Yes, sir.
I need y'all to check this out. Fair use. Fair use.
Happy Friday. The weekend is here, baby. And man, has Aaron Rodgers made my day easy today. Aaron Rodgers has lit a fire. I don't have to light one. Affect reproductive issues. And he's a little concerned about it. I totally 100%.
Let me do that over.
But just deal with it.
I'm going to do it over.
Junior, and we.
This is Jason Whitlock. I don't know if you've seen this, Elder Lawyer.
Ow! Happy Friday. The weekend is here, baby. And man, has Aaron Rodgers made my day easy today. Aaron Rodgers has lit a fire. I don't have to light one. And so, listen, Aaron Rodgers threw a bit of a curveball in the middle of the day. He went on the Pat McAfee show and talked about his vaccine status and not playing this week. And he said a bunch of interesting stuff that me and the Korean Cosell, we're going to dive into here in a second. But I just want to warn you, today's show may look a little or sound a little disjointed because before Aaron Rodgers lit this fire, we started the show off talking about Odell Beckham Jr. and we said we were going to have Delano on. Young people in the prime of their lives who still want to have kids to go out and take this experimental vaccine.
Hold up. Let me go back.
No diet. Interested in shaming its players, something I totally agree with. The league just wants to look better to the rest of the world. One of the great things I thought he said to Pat McAfee, and like Aaron Rodgers had like a 15, 20-minute opening statement on McAfee's show, and he went straight to the point I've been going to with these young people. Aaron Rodgers said the next great chapter in his life is being a father. And he doesn't know how these vaccines are going to affect reproductive issues, and he's a little concerned about it. I totally 100% support that sentiment. That's why I've said over and over and over again, 50-year-old fat people, go get the vaccine. Those of you that got kids already and you're already past that hurdle, go get the vaccine. But asking these young people in the prime of their lives who still want to have kids to go out and take this experimental vaccine, no dice. No dice. I don't blame Aaron Rodgers. I salute Aaron Rodgers. He walked us through an explanation of how, look, I didn't lie to anybody. The league knew about the process I went through. He said that he has allergy issues as it relates to the two of the vaccines. The only one open to him was the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And the Johnson & Johnson vaccine at the time, particularly early during the summer, there were all kinds of issues and adverse effects, and he was a little uncomfortable. He went through this long protocols and system of trying to immunize and trying to make sure he was healthy. Said his teammates, everybody knew about it. Aaron Rodgers went ham. And I don't care who doesn't like Aaron Rodgers, I love him. I'm glad we finally have someone who matters, who has, I don't care that he's been forced to, but I'm glad we now have someone standing up that can articulate and argue this thing and be the voice for the other side. Aaron Rodgers said a couple things I didn't like, but they're almost irrelevant. I don't know. He took a little pot shot at Kyrie Irving early in his statement. I'm not anti-vax. I'm not a flat earther. He said, why you got to take a shot at Kyrie? Kyrie and you on the same team. Maybe he didn't even know he was taking a pot shot, and I really don't believe he did. But it just comes across like he was distancing himself from Kyrie Irving. He and Kyrie are on the same team. I'm on their team. Even though I'm 50 and fat, and those guys are young and in the prime of health, I'm on their team because they have a right to do what's best for them. Before we go to Steve Kim.
Now, elders, you know why I went there real quick? This whole show was pretty good. Jason Whitlock, a blessed shout out to that brother. Go see that particular podcast because he quantified a lot of things. And what I like about it, elders, the way he articulated the whole process and what's going on with Aaron Rodgers is someone who has history and knew what it was when I seen my mother and father, okay, growing up and the impact the civil rights movement had on them. I can tell that a little bit of that is still in those who still recognize what unity was, what being proud was, what not being divided politically was. And I wanted, a lot of that Jason Whitlock interview, he do it with this Asian guy, real good. Go check it out. But one thing I wanted to say with this, elders, in particular, he said, same team. I need y'all to realize, folks, how much we as a people are divided because of this. I need y'all to check this out. Under the civil rights movement, we knew who the enemies were. How is it now we're gonna side now with the corporate side that's responsible for oppressing our people? They're the reason we needed civil rights. And I'm so surprised how far we've fallen from when our families were united, where even if you didn't agree with everything concerning Martin Luther King, I don't care who you were. If you were looking like me, my mother and father couldn't speak against the movement. They couldn't speak, even if they didn't like Martin Luther King in particular. It didn't matter what religion side you on, whether or not you was Muslim or this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
You kept those conversations private, but publicly, we were united.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so surprised after hearing all this, especially from people like Jason Whitlock around my age. We understood what it means, the importance of siding against the corporate structure that have oppressed us. Every corporation that's set up out of Wall Street started with what? The cotton fields. The cotton fields began the stock market. And when we started recognizing plantation owners who were actually grandizing themselves generation after generation on our people, we as a people started to revolt. So in order for them to continue the oppression against Judah, our people in America, they had to move it into a what? From a plantation owner who can easily be accessed to a corporation, to an unseen hand created by the same money that started plantations. So when you look at corporations, folks, these are modern day slave owners without a face. That's what corporations are. They took that plantation money and then they passed a law and made what? A corporation. They gave the corporations the same rights as an individual. So this is why I'm so perplexed and understand why Christ said, elders, that there should be nation against nation, people against people. You got our people who don't know history siding with the corporate structure who have always destroyed our people. That's the issue. That is the issue, folks. That's the issue. Martin Luther King and all those that living back then knew the enemy. They knew the corporate structure was set to keep our people under oppression. One other thing, elders, before I open up the calls. And I need someone to tell me, when at any time the corporations, when at any time were they for the interest of our people? Anytime. Let me pull this up real quick. One moment. One moment. 1 second, folks. I want to show you all something real quick. I'm trying to pull this up. 1 second. I'm at the GOCC 144 page. And there's a video brought to you by Pfizer that Santi put up there. One moment. Let me get it. I played it in the academy. And by the way, yes, we're still taking enrollments for the academy. Let's get it real quick. Let's get Ezekiel 20 and 1 second. We're still taking enrollments for the academy. We're week 3 in the academy, and we'll be going into the promises, the promised people. I'm going to be going into what happened. How do we get from this side of the flood, from that side of the flood to this side of the flood, going into Abraham's promise that was through his what? His sons, all the way down. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, the 12 tribes, all the way to our people who are scattered throughout the earth today, including the Americas. The black people in America are from the lost tribes of Israel, and I'm going to prove it. I'm going to also start off this academy with the promised seed by showing you the distorted, evil theology that they teach in the Christian churches to throw people off, claiming that Abraham promises are equal for all races of people. Okay, that's a lie. You can't teach that in the Christian church, that all people are equal under the promises, but yet today say that the Jewish people are the chosen people. That's a contradiction. So I'm going to be going into their theology and why they started shaping the theology of all people. The promised seed this coming Sunday, week 3. So if you come in for the first time, don't worry about it. We'll give you the 2 weeks missed, and you can jump right in week 3 without missing a beat. Hold on. I'm looking for one moment. Hey, Santi, I need you to Skype me that brought to you by Pfizer commercial. If you have it. Let's see. One moment. Oh, there it is. Check this out, folks. At what time did we as a people began to more so trust the corporate structure? And why do we trust them now? And maybe someone can answer that question, those questions on the phone call. At what time that we started, at what era or at what time we began as a people to believe the corporate structure that have always oppressed us? Because maybe they have our best interests at heart now. I don't know. All I have to say is, you see the title, A Moral Responsibility to Disobey. Y'all see it. We have a moral responsibility, like Martin Luther King stated, to disobey unjust laws. Maybe, I don't know, why is corporate mainstream media pushing this campaign? I don't know. Let's see.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Making a difference.
Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
This weather report brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So I need to ask the question. When did we stop listening to the Most High and began to trust the oppressive corporations? Right out. So it's time for us to do what? Trust in the Most High. That's what time it is. The world has gone mad. The world has gone mad. And guess what, folks? There is no drawing this thing back. There is no making this thing better. Okay? It's none of that. It will only get worse. Okay? I'm going to tell you that straight up. So there is no, man, the good old days, let's do this and we'll fix this. No, America is too far gone. The Western world is too far gone. And it's what the Most High did through the Spirit of Christ is he has begun to build a spiritual ark to save only that remnant who would choose life over what? The judgment that's coming to this earth. Okay? It rained before the flood. I'm going to be going into that flood this coming Sunday too. It rained. And there was a flood, that destroyed all those who didn't believe. And folks, this thing is so far gone to the degree that the majority of people don't know left from right. They don't know, they have forgotten the laws of God altogether. There's no moral line anymore. Hey, it's to a degree where we don't even care personally about our own health and well-being. So there's no putting this thing back into the bottle, folks. It's over. It's about preserving ourselves alive by keeping the commandments and navigating through all of this in one mind, one spirit. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, what we need to do is we need to pray. Pray together as much as we can. Okay? We have to learn, we have to decide what to cut off too when it comes to people who are continually going the wrong way. We have to make decisions with people in our lives that we know are immoral. We have to make all these choices. Let me tell you, Noah didn't force his sons on the ark. He went into the ark with his wife and they came too. He didn't force anyone. But he warned the whole earth before the flood. We have to cut off the immoral activity. When it comes to those we have relationships with or brothers and sisters that we know aren't right, it's time to draw a line. Now, once that line is drawn, we pray for those that are within that circle and begin to prepare with those of like mind. Understand what I'm saying? We begin to prepare with those who have like minds. Make sure we get our prayer together. We have our food saved. We have water saved. If we have anything, finances, we try to turn that into something tangible knowing a shortage is coming to this earth. A famine is coming to this earth. That's what we do. You notice what Noah did. He got the animals together. He had the food together. He had everything all set up, knowing that what? Something was coming. So you're going to hear about more shortages. We must prepare with food and water to preserve those alive who'll still be alive past the experiment. Okay? Elder Lawyer, I need you to hold on. As a matter of fact, let me call, Elder Lawyer, let me call you back. I'll call you elders back, and let me grab Blog Talk real quick, okay? Because they've been waiting a while.
Yes, sir.
All right, one moment.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, we'll be right back. The lines are open, 9 p.m., 515-605-9327. Call in and have your say. And I wanted to point out more so than ever that I thank the elders for some of the poignant points they've made. Number one is that it's a shame that Aaron Rodgers had to be the one to quote MLK concerning unjust laws being forced on people through corporations. And that our I would say, popular people who've suffered out of the ghettos with us have become silenced in fear of losing their corporate sponsorship. Let's go. Let me open up the lines here. All right. And again, let me put it on real quick. 1 second. Brothers and sisters, one of the favorite parts of this particular broadcast are the conversations we have through the phone lines. Please, when you come on the lines, be straight to the point. All right? Be poignant and make good with your 2 minutes. Hold tight.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
Hebrew and Bible
Please
Academy.
hold and you will be able to
You're
listen
invited.
to the show.
Unmuted.
Hebrew and
Unmuted.
Bible Academy, you are invited. The promised seed this coming Sunday. The Israelites out of Egypt, the promised seed. We're going to be breaking it all the way down. I'm going to show you how the Christian theologian liars misuse the book of Galatia. They misuse Paul's writings to tell you that through Christ, the promises are equally distributed to all races of people. Straight lie. And I'm going to be breaking that down. Okay. And again, one cannot be a chosen people through religion. That's utterly ridiculous. You cannot become a race, an historical ancient race of people by converting to a religion. That's ridiculous. Let me make that clear. I know many black people erroneously choosing to become a Buddhist. That doesn't make them Chinese. So by the same token, you can't have a person in Judaism and because they practice Judaism to say that they are the people within the Bible. It doesn't make any sense. Nah, you are under a religion, or you can be Jews through conversion. But to be of the but to be one, or to be one of the promised seed according to the Bible, one must be from the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And guess what? This coming Sunday, I'm going to prove beyond any shadow of a doubt that the blacks who ran into Africa and were sold into slave ships, that's right, are from the lost tribes of Israel, Judah. I'm going to prove it. We're the promised people in exile. The same as the Dominicans. They're from the lost sheep of Israel. So are the Haitians, the Jamaicans, the Colombians, and those that are suffering oppression that's right, in different parts of the Asian islands, in different areas there. Those are the Israelites, like the Filipinos, the Cambodians, those from from Burmese. And folks, a lot of what I'm saying is chronologized within the Jewish encyclopedia. Even in the Jewish encyclopedia, it actually chronologizes the dates where the 10 tribes went into those different areas in Asia. You can find that in the Jewish encyclopedia, some of it. But I got secular history that I'm going to prove also that I have, that they don't know I have, that I'm going to be teaching this coming Sunday. All right. 336 area code. A preacher's daughter has a question.
Today, Shalom elders, can you hear me?
Shalom, you're the preacher's daughter.
Yes, I've called in several times. I spoke with you. I never received a phone call from the church in North Carolina. I'm the one that had that worked for the food bank. Okay. And I wanted to donate some stuff. I never got a phone call from them. But I want to, see if I could get that done as soon as possible, because we don't know what to expect with this January 4th mandate. And my decision has already been made on that. So
when you say, sister, you have to realize,
I would love to be.
I know you're picking up the phone call from where you left off with me, but we're in a live broadcast where others might not know what you're talking about. So let's talk about the January 4th mandate. What do you mean by that? What is that?
That's where they're going to, this administration, they are planning to make it mandatory. They have a new OSHA executive that's making it mandatory and for you to get the solution. And so we don't know exactly how that's going to pan out in the state that I live in, because this past election season, we went from a red state to all that politics stuff. But anyway,
okay. Let's
nationally
before you jump somewhere else. Let's stay there. Okay. Now, I don't know whether or not are you in this Hebrew and Bible Academy? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Are you a part of the Patreon we do on Fridays?
Yes.
Okay. I explained on the Patreon in no uncertain terms, along with Shapat breaking things down in the Academy, that whether it's mandates or not, there are certain protections that they're not talking about with religious exemptions. And you can submit, and this is what you can do under a religion. You say you're a preacher's daughter. Okay. When it doesn't matter, federal or whatever, you can always submit a religious exemption. And it doesn't matter if it's for the doses of the stuff they're talking about or the test. Now, if a job...
Yes, sir. I actually did that a few weeks ago for my daughter.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying,
I had to do that for her school.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. If an employer violates your religious rights, now you have legal right. Okay? Because why? It doesn't matter. A lot of what they're doing is saber rattling to force people into doing something that they think they're forced to do. Some people are going to respond by doing exactly how they know people. Okay, yeah. Some people, that's Al. I made sure I text her number. Okay, Al has your number now. So what I'm saying, sister, is no sense in rushing and panicking based on them putting something out there. What you do privately is your religious exemption. And if they do something against that, now there's recourse, legal recourse. Okay? So a lot of what they're saying a lot of what they're saying they're going to do, they might not, it's not legal for them to do, some of them. So I'm just putting that out there. But go on, what's the next point?
Yes, sir. But North Carolina, they can fire you for no cause. So even if that was the case, they could still find another reason to still prove their point. But I'm not worried neither here or there. I'm not worried because my faith lies with the Most High, and I know He's taken care of me thus far, and He's going to take care of me again. To go back to the point that you had made earlier tonight, about I'm not good with celebrities, but the young man who made that point.
Aaron Rodgers.
In September, yes, sir. In September, my mom earlier this year had the solution twice, and one was trying to get me absolutely no. But anyway, she wound up catching the pneumonia part of it. Was in the hospital for over a week. I wound up having the same thing, but because I take herbs and my vitamins, I was just like that man that you spoke of tonight. I had no symptoms. I was good.
Okay.
Couldn't really be still. Was ready to get out and everything else. I was really, really good. And all praises be to the Most High. I understand what's going on in the world, thanks to your Bible studies.
Okay.
But yeah, I was fine, absolutely fine. Unfortunately, to this day, my mom still has problems breathing. I mean, she literally gets in the car and she's panting. And, but you can't get people to go against their will. And for so long, we have been programmed to basically follow a system and to go against that system because money is the root of all evil. People are willing to comply to the prince of this air just so they can live the life that they want to and be accepted into society. They're scared to stand alone. They're scared to be who the Most High have created them to be because that means that you're different.
Okay.
So that's all I had to say.
Well, thank you for that, sister, and bless you. And I gave Al the call, your phone number. He just said, okay. He just said he's gonna call you tomorrow. Okay, I just texted him.
Perfect.
Right. Now
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now you say your father is a preacher. Okay. And I was speaking about Martin Luther King, how at one point all preachers were on one side, knowing the evils of corporate conspiracies, I would say it, against our people, primarily black people in America. We understood the corporate structure was looking to oppress our people. So your father was a preacher who grew up probably near those times of civil rights movement or whatever the case might be. What is his stance on what's going on in the earth right now? Is he standing with God, or do we believe the corporations? Speaking of your father.
Well, he's a different type of pastor. He preaches fire and brimstone. He does that. He's not popular. He does have a congregation, but he's not popular around the city and stuff because of what he does preach. What I've learned, he has the Apocrypha in his office at the church. And just a few weeks ago, I was able to tell him, I said, well, he's doing a series on the Holy Spirit. I said, well, look at the Holy Spirit. I said, they have changed that. And I said, if you look at Hercules, I said, Satan always tried to do a bootleg copy of what was already perfect and made by the Most High. I said, if you look at Disney's Hercules, you have Zeus, who's supposed to be the god, and then you have the mother, and then you have Hercules, who's supposed to be the son. And I said, they just really flipped that around for the Greek mythology, but that's really how it looks, the royal family, in terms of our father.
I'm with you,
And
sister.
A lot of times,
I'm with you, sister. But what did I ask you? Just curious.
you asked about the corporations. He's one of those South Carolina raised off the boat type of mentality, and it's a yes so master. It's a yes so master.
So what
That's
I'm asking
how he
you,
was raised.
I understand, but I'm asking you, do he believe in what the Most High says concerning what's going on now, or does he believe the corporations with this campaign? In a nutshell, which one?
I would say corporations.
Yeah, Lord have mercy.
I would say corporations.
Well, hey, the Bible says there'll be two in the field, and he'll take one. Two in the house, and you might be that. You might be that one. Thank you, sister.
Okay, praises to the Most High.
All right,
thank you for what
All
you
right.
do.
All right, thank you. All right. I don't know, because sometimes there's a delay, and sometimes maybe if people can't clearly hear me, they'll just whatever, I can understand that. 414 area code. Or people get their 2 minutes. They want to say if they want to say. I understand that too. All right, Nicole, talk to us.
Yeah, the Civil Rights 1964 Act, I believe, was a double-edged sword. So to blacks, it had, had good connotation, but to the people who created it, it has another purpose. So, for example, affirmative action, well, that just drew our people from being self-sufficient and owning their own businesses to going to willingly work for the plantation again and the corporations. And then, as far as the integration piece, well, it wasn't the other groups whose neighborhoods got integrated, it was ours. So they can literally come in, sell to us, take our dollars, and go back out to where they are. My father, he came up in Mississippi, and he came up around the time of the integration. And what happened as a result of that, the black schools closed down, and all of those black teachers and principals lost their jobs. And the black students were bused out to the white schools. So really, if you really think about it, it was all bad. And then as far as the housing discrimination part of it and making it illegal to redline, well, that had a double benefit for the bankers, because now these houses had to be sold from the middle class whites to the blacks, and then they would charge double the house was worth, make money off of that with exorbitant interest rates, plus make money off of the construction loans that the white people had to get to build new houses out in the newly created suburbs.
Okay.
So really, this was just a big money heist off of black people. So the Civil Rights Act, the wool just got put over our people's eyes, to be quite frank.
And and I'm glad you're making that point, sister. Why? Because usually when they are pushing something that they claim benefits our people, it's one of their people in control over it. See, and this is why I was talking earlier about this. They done moved the proverbial civil rights movement to social justice for all, which is utterly ridiculous. At the end of the day, it's white liberals and others using the title of minority to go in and gain the contracts over the social constructs of our neighborhoods. This is what's upholding a lot of these suburbians. They got an abuse shelter. Okay. Or an abuse shelter. They may have multicultural centers and whatever. All of this in our society, and they go right back to where they live at, because they are really, all of the contracts are being divvied out to these so-called minorities, these people of color. A Chinese person can come into America, get status, and then get a loan for a minority business to open up a nail shop in our community. And what our brothers and sisters don't know is that they were able to get that money through minority contracts that came from our people dying so that the civil rights laws could get drafted. So that's why I'm not down with this women of color, people of color. We need to kill all that crap. Those are the things that Martin Luther King was afraid of, and say it straight out at the end of how the politicians were using his speech. He realized that at the end of the day, our people would be at the back of the line for all of the finances that came through civil rights. He realized that. I mean, and now there's another minority group. Gay people are minorities now. So they can go and, because they're college educated, they can find the contracts that belongs to our people. And because we don't know how to get that money and file for those contracts and how to brief a plan to get them. You get a gay educated person, be a white man. He's a minority now. He don't have to get money. He don't have to go and try to get a loan on his credit or whatever the case is. He can now use I'm a white gay guy and strip our people of money that belongs to our children to set up businesses. A lot of brothers and sisters don't understand the political side of things and how this civil rights thing is being used. This black or brown, this people of color, that's all inclusive. It's to steal our people's money.
Right.
Only thing they have to do is come up with a group that's considered minority. But here's the problem. Here's the catch-22, and then I'm going to give you the last word. The catch-22 is that they don't have the constituency, the large enough numbers as a group on their own to have access to these controlling contracts. So they must stimulate the base by convincing black people that they're a part of our team, that they're on our team, when really it's to use our constituency so that they can be the taskmasters over the social programs in our community. Poverty is a cash cow for the white liberals that come into our communities and set up programs and businesses. So it's time that we say, listen, it's not about the gay thing. Just like there's other sin that's going on in the community. Okay, according to the Bible, that's a moral sin. But at the end of the day, regardless of the sin you're struggling with, you are suffering not because you're gay. You are more so suffering because you're living the curses of the children of Israel. That's why you're suffering. You're suffering because you're black. So we got to stop this, or we have to stop this thing where now our people are now taking on gay political talking points. Nah. Gay black people were being what? hung in the South by white massa. It didn't matter what your gender was. So it's time for us to come back on code under the Bible with moral laws, come back to the Most High, and stop letting these people come in to deceive, straight deception coming in our communities, claiming they're for us. When really they're looking and not only looking, they've actually done it. They're replacing us. But go ahead, you have the last word, then I'll open up the lines. And elders, anytime y'all want to come in on that, you can do so.
So the same thing with the Voting Rights Act, that's part of that Civil Rights Bill.
Okay.
They only allowed us to vote, in order so that the liberals can, get seats more often than not.
Yeah.
And then we're just the host and everybody else are like parasites just plucking off of us. And I'm going to end it on this note. This is extremely important. When I was in 11th grade, I was in a physics class. It was the regular physics class, but I ended up switching to the AP class. But before I switched to the AP class, this weird teacher, he was explaining the nucleus to us in a parable. And most of the kids in their class were black. And they didn't get the parable, but I did. And he said that black people, just to translate the parable, basically black people are the nucleus, which is the hood, and the center, and that the whites were the electrons on the outskirts, which represents the suburbs. And he said that once, because normally a nucleus is balanced when there's the same number of neutrons in the center as there are electrons on the outside.
Okay.
But he said if that ever gets imbalanced, then it's called an ion.
Okay.
And he said that the neutrons will party at, I'm almost finished. He said the neutrons will be at a party at Club Ion, and the alarm will go off and say, ion, ion, which would alert the electrons on the outskirts, at which point they will come in for the siege. So what he was saying is that once our population got above a certain amount, that they will come in.
Hey.
So that's where I wanted to end it.
Hey, that's right on point. Thank you, sister. You always bring some good talking points. I'm going to place you on hold. We get the next call in one moment. And I'm just curious. I'm going to ask this question. I'm just curious. It isn't a part of what I was originally going to talk about, but hold on. Let me grab this. One second. Da, 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 da. One second, folks. Yeah, here it is. All right. Okay, this is what I wanted to show real quick before I go to the next call. Brother James, who's over a lot of what we do here at the Gathering of Christ Church as far as the orders and things of that nature. Hold on. Bop. Okay, there it is. All right. In your chat, real quick, brothers and sisters, in your chat, let me show you. One second. In your chat, as you can see, Brother James said that the lap locks bags have come in. I got a message. The lap lock bags have come in. Where that's right, you can put your computer in the bag along with your phone. And yes, it'll cut off all signal. Untraceable bags. Matter of fact, let's see. Here they go right here. So if you want to block the signal, that's right. He just told me they came in. So here are there they go. You put your computer in here, throw your phone in here with your computer, and boom, you disappear. Right there. We have them in a nice brown and a nice black. Right? You put them up in
Those
there.
are nice, Elder. I gotta give you some of that.
Oh, James
nice.
have them. James have them. You know I got you. So,
those are nice.
Yeah,
I'm paying for those. I want to support. Those are nice.
Thank you, sir. So here's the website to get those. Of course, the Philadelphia congregation, y'all be able to get it here in Philly. But we have them here. They're being shipped out almost immediately. And here's the link. Very stylish. You put your computer and drop your phone in here, and guess what? It disconnects all Wi-Fi, makes you untraceable. All right. Now we have these, and we also have. Yeah, I know. And we also have. Someone says. 1 second. Oh yeah, I know they're real leather. They're real leather too. Someone say, make sure you tell them it's real leather. Real leather. We don't deal with pleather over here. All right. Real leather. And this is where you get it from. Just hit that link and you'll be able to order your bags and your cell phone bags. Now, if you don't want the big bag, you can get something small for the cell phone, nice and stylish, and you can put it on your belt. It got a belt loop, very stylish. The cell phone bags are just like this. Looks just like this, but smaller. Okay, you can get those. All right. All right. Oh yeah, you know back in Philadelphia, North Philly, Elder Lawyer, you get somebody selling Poochie bags. That G is really a P. You got to look at it real good. So no, we're not dealing with no pleather over here, okay? So I'm going to make sure after years of trying to make things ourselves, I'm like, you know what? We have to do it high grade and make sure that when we give our people something, it's not only on a level of the other nations. It has to be A1. So this is what we did.
People are asking, where can people find the link? Are you going to put the link below?
I put the link, I already put it inside the chat about 3 times. Let me put it in there again. It's right there on the chat. And also, we're going to have a place where you can link to the bags directly from thegatheringofchrist.org or wherever you find it. You can get the bags because, sometimes you want to be off the grid. Right? You put your stuff in the bag, I'm out of here. Untraceable, right? So you can get it black. And I'm going to have this. My computer's going to be in here and I'm going to throw my phones and stuff in here. Right? So that's how we're going to do that. So, and it goes toward us. Whatever proceeds come in, we go put it into something else that can help us long term. All right? All right. Now, next.
Really nice.
Thank you. Okay, well, you can get yours. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right, let me get now. Next call. Let me ask a question. The next couple of calls, if you can ask the question, answer the question in particular. Not that we're Democrat or Republican because we voted for Christ and that's it on that. Can someone state for us politically in our communities where we vote primarily Democrat, right, Elder Lawyer? We are, our people are primarily Democrat. Can someone please tell us what have the Democrats done for our people? Anything. What have they done for us? To a degree to actually win our what? Our long-term, folks, support for the party. What have they done for us outside of not being Republican? And I need someone to answer that question. Yeah, Elder Lawyer.
Well, I will take a crack to the elder lawyer if you don't mind.
Say that.
I would like to take a crack on that if you don't mind after the elder lawyer response.
Oh no, go ahead.
Well, I remember back in the days, I used to work for a privatized correctional company.
Put your video in. Put your video in, Elder Gabar.
Okay, let me see. Oh, okay, I'm back on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. So, back in the days in the 90s, I used to work for a privatized correctional company, and we were funded by the Black Caucus. Black Caucus is basically the African American elected official caucus of Democrats.
Okay.
And the program that we used to run, it was a halfway house, right? And I was working for the senior vice president of the company. I was his assistant and dealing with his community affairs. So we went to Albany a lot, right? So our base was the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And those are the people that were funding us every year, right? Because you have to be, since we were a privatized company and we dealt mostly with, African American, Latinos, minorities. We have federal inmates and state inmates. The majority of the state inmates were drug offensive type of crime. And the ideology of the organization was that if you take non-violent criminals and you do some form of programming, the residual rate of going back to jail will lessen, right? So I remember I was shocked when I found out that it was the Republican Party that Lincoln was involved. I always thought he was Democrat. All this time, I always thought he was Democrat. So, but I remember back then looking at the Republican as the evil empire. It was mostly white. Most of the Black Republicans, I viewed them as sellout. I used to say he probably had a white wife, or what have you. I have a perspective of the Republicans were, George Bush, the neocons. We're the good guys, the Democrats, right? And they was always fighting for housing, affordable housing. You hear that a lot. And, crime, I would say reform and things of that nature. And I got to say, they were some good Democrat people that try to do the right thing. Shout out to Roger Greene. He was a senator in Brooklyn. He was always big on, reform and jail reform, and part of him funding our organization because he wanted to expand the jail reform, and he felt that drug was more less a crime, more an addiction, and it should be treated like an addiction, not like criminals. So then you have good guys in the Democratic Party, but the Democratic Party today, it's almost undescribable to me, growing up in the 90s, and it's almost, and if you would have told me in the 90s that the Republican would have been people that would have been defending parents' rights against, mandates, I would think you've been crazy.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that.
Yes, sir.
When you go into the suburbs, where's the social program for halfway houses and prison reform to make sure no one goes back to prison? The whole thing is the only money that they can throw at us is for the social ills that this society created for us.
Exactly.
So notice notice where they put the money. They don't put the money so there's no more prisoners, so there's no more people suffering and need housing.
Yeah.
When they don't put the money to stop abuse altogether.
Mm-hmm.
So the impoverished ways of our communities is their business.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
I didn't know that then, but I know that now. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when I ask what have they done for us, no, we don't need affordable housing. We need it so our children can have the same understanding of the world that your children does, so that they can get their own housing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what we need. So all this affordable housing, underprivileged, like we're some like our whole community or the kids on a little bus or something.
Mm-hmm.
And really, what's going on is that it's their people in charge of these contracts, these civil rights, equality contracts, where they're getting millions and millions of dollars to set up some bogus program to help a few people in the community. That's all I'm saying. So in particular, and if you've been helped, I need brothers and sisters to tell us real quick, what have they actually done for our people as a whole? Speaking of the Democrat Party. 757 area code. And thank you. Great points, Elder Gabar.
Yes, sir.
757.
Shalom.
Christian, you're live. Talk to us. Shalom. 2 minutes. The floor is yours.
Shalom, man. So to kind of answer your question, honestly, I don't see the Democrat Party benefiting or benefits the black or brown community for a long time. To be honest, I always believe that as far as going into the political aspect, that the Republican kind of lean a little bit more on the circumstances than Democrat.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, in particular, so that we can keep the ball where it needs to be, what have they done? Not what the Republicans has done or haven't. What have they done for our communities?
What have the
what have the Democrat Party? Don't forget, they have we've been loyal to that party since we've been able to vote. You would think that some of that would be reciprocated. You would think that they would understand, okay, these people have been loyal since they got the right to vote to this particular party. I can at least say we've done this for these people in particular. Something that we can hang our hat on and say, you know what? Outside of all the other people, the Democrat Party have done this for blacks. What is it?
And I would say they open up more so for sin to kind of be accepted. Listen. I didn't ask you the negatives. You don't vote for someone for the sins they will allow you to do. Like, for instance, here's an example. The Asians can say, well, I'm down with the Democrat Party because they passed a bill for Asian hate, against Asian hate, and we got this amount of billions of dollars into our community to make sure Asian hate doesn't happen within the United States. Okay? They got that money from the Democrat Party. All right? The Democrats passed that law. Okay? The Afghans, these people who we were supposed to be at war with years ago, who they told us at one point were the enemy. All of a sudden, they come over to America as refugees, and some people pass a law. Whether or not they're going to get it doesn't matter. They'll use that campaign so that they can now have their top guys distribute this money as they will. I'm speaking of the controllers. But they passed a bill that would give Afghan immigrants what, $450,000 or something?
Yeah.
So that's a direct thing Afghanis who did nothing to build this country can say the Democrat Party did for them. So what I'm asking you, and the fact that we have to actually try to figure out something is self-telling, right?
Yes, you know what? I really don't think I can kind of answer that without any hiccups, honestly.
What? Okay, you had a point. What was your question, real quick, Anton? I mean, Christian. You had a comment?
Yes. I wanted to kind of comment on the previous statement from earlier that I fully
Excuse me? You there? Okay, he must have went out. Okay, Anton has a question. Anton. Elder Gabar, I'm kind of shocked. This knocked me aback a little. Gabar sent me a post from the New York Post. Brothel offers free sex sessions to patrons who get the jab on site.
New York Post. Yesterday.
Oh man, this thing is getting weird. So obviously there's nothing for free, so they get money from somewhere. But anyway. All right, Anton, 773 area code.
Shalom, Elder. It's Brother Antoine from the Chicago body.
Hey, Anton. Yeah, I'm doing well. You have a question?
Actually, it was a comment based on what the question that you just asked.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to really go through it real fast, and then I'm gonna answer the question that you had asked. So, from Chicago, I'm from a city where, and this information was just actually sent to me by a colleague. But the Chicago mayor, the superintendent of police, the Cook County State's attorney, chief judge of Cook County Circuit Courts, Illinois Attorney General, Chicago Fire Department Commissioner, Cook County Board President, State Senate Majority Leader, Illinois Lieutenant Governor, Illinois Secretary of State, Clerk of the Circuit Court of Cook County Clerk, Chicago Treasurer, Chicago Police Board President, Chicago Transit Authority, and the CEO of Chicago Public Schools, as well as the Commissioner of the Department of Water Management, are all Black, African American.
Okay.
As well as all Democrat. Okay.
Okay.
Now, 33% of the population is Black, and 40% of city council belongs to our very own Black caucus, because we also have a Black caucus here.
Okay.
Now, so for 89 years, the Democrats have been in control of Chicago. At the end of the fiscal 2019, the Chicago deficit was $838 million. Now, the last part of that I wanted to mention was from January through July 2020 in Chicago were 2,240 shootings, 440 homicides. Almost every shooter was Black. 33% of the population gave Chicago 97.7% shootings and murders. And 67% of the population were whites, Latinos, Asians, Native Americans. Gave Chicago 2.3% of shootings and murders. You have 100 times higher chance to be shot on the streets of Chicago by a Black person than by any other race of demographic group. Now, the answer to your question, I can say firsthand by being a Chicagoan in a city that's or a state that's predominantly Democrat. The Democrats have done nothing. And even the furthermore push the issue is that the Democrats that are in control, majority of them are black.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just ridiculous how you have other states that can actually say, oh well, if we can get in office, if we can put Democrats in office or our people in office, then we can develop change. But there has been no change. I'm from a city where there's a West Side community hasn't been the same since Martin Luther King was killed. And if you ever been on the West Side of Chicago, it's just a totally different world, and it's pretty much the police district is the over in that community is the busiest, but just by looking at the streets and the way they look, it doesn't even seem that way. So, but the answer to your question, Elder, they've done nothing.
Okay, so let's make it clear, brother. I'm glad you're highlighting this. You just ran off almost every high position within the political structure of Chicago controlled by blacks. So it's more so the symbolism as if we are running things in Chicago. But at the end of the day, high crime, everything is regentrification going on. We're being really ethnic cleansed out of that city. Right? So someone would have expected black people in charge who understand grassroots, the issues within the communities, that in these political positions, that there would have been a change already from the Democrat Party with blacks primarily in positions to actually help change things there. Right? Okay.
Yes.
So what are they doing in those positions then? What are they doing?
My personal belief, Elder, is that they're just becoming part of the status quo. They believe, I think if they go against the grain, they'll lose their position.
Well, I got something better for you, brother, to add to that, because there's probably a few. But what is it? What if it's this, brother? Listen clearly. What if they were handpicked to make us believe we have power?
Remember, there's some truth to that, Elder, because I believe quite a few of them have been.
Yeah, think about it, brother. Don't forget who's that guy? Lyndon Baines Johnson. They all said they had a plan to say, listen, after this, let me tell you, Martin Luther King and that civil rights movement, that nonviolent movement was a glitch in the matrix. That was unforeseen. There was nothing in the earth that could have prepared America for what Martin Luther King planned. It stopped everything. So they said, listen, we have to make sure every leader going forth over these people are given to them. It was between him and the others there. What's his name? The cross-dressing guy for the FBI.
Hoover.
J. Edgar Hoover.
Hoover.
Yeah, they all came together and said, well, listen, man, no more glitches. Okay, if there's going to be some black leaders, we're going to give it to them. And it's going to be according to the agendas the progressive agendas we're pushing. So if we're moving towards immorality, we have to pick gay people who look black, who are educated. So really what they did through these colleges, that was their grooming ground to pick the leaders to make us believe we were progressing. When really, these people were put in position to keep us in order, to keep us as a whole from progressing. Okay, so I'm glad you're highlighting that. So the whole thing is this: no longer will we associate ourselves with these political talking points that will include others with us. Okay, what we can do is say we can all come into this gospel and be baptized and follow the law, statutes, and commandments.
But you're not gonna come.
Absolutely.
But you're not gonna come here and tell me that the people who need political protection from hate are Asian people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a slap in the face that we're not going to accept. Now, I believe that all people are afforded protection under the laws, including Asian people.
Mm-hmm.
If they pay their taxes, their taxes are paid for judges and police and everything else that protect other citizens. But that's a slap in the face after running, brother, on George Floyd being killed by the hands of police, to right after getting the guy in that we voted for, our people ignorantly voted for, to only pass a law for Asian hate? That doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
And not only
all
that,
of our people that have
and think about it, bro.
voted this man in,
Yeah.
just went up back on, ran for cover. Like, okay, so that it's like we put ourselves in a position where we collectively come together, like you said, for racism, as well as to vote whoever we want in. But after that, it's like, okay, I did my due diligence, back to normal. But you're not really researching who you're actually voting for.
Yeah, it's straight Asian hate. They put up Asian hate and give all this money to them as if you know what they're doing? They're thumbing our people right in the eye and say, yeah, this is what it was the whole time. Now what you gonna do? Okay, we'll let you run on black hate, and we'll stoke the fire, with the orange man or Trump as the bad guy. Okay, we'll run on that with Trump as the bad guy. And at the end of the day, guess what? All the sentiments will go behind protecting Asian people, even though we ran on George Floyd. So I wanted to put that out there over and over, brothers and sisters. That we have a moral responsibility, like Martin Luther King said, to disobey unjust laws. Okay, and speaking of laws, we need to follow the laws in that Bible. Above all, I wanted to pull that out there because it's deep. Antoine, thank you. I'm glad you pointed those things out. It's deep that it took Aaron Rodgers to quote Martin Luther King in a time such as this. When our people who are between the crosshairs being targeted in these communities with this stuff, and don't tell me we're not being targeted. Every commercial where they're pushing this is showing black people. But none of us are seeing that this is a political run. And with this political run they're using, they can now take finances from us, kick us off the jobs, have it where we cannot sustain our own families because we're the face of it. But yet it's white Aaron Rodgers who can quote Martin Luther King and be right about it. And our people will do nothing. Why? You know why? Because we aren't like we were in the 60s. It was like, listen, I know we all going to have to suffer together. We'll pull together. But guess what? We're not riding their bus and we're not going to work. We're marching. Shut the whole country down. One state at a time, one city at a time, they were doing that. And I know those people like, man, what about my job? What about this? Be like, listen, don't worry about it. We got a soup line at all the churches. All the churches were coordinated together before mega churches. And this is where we got through the hard times. We had bread. My mother and father told me about that. They had soup and all that, where once a week you go get you a little pouch of food for the week. You ration it out. But guess what? You didn't cross the line. You didn't get on the bus and you didn't go to work. You sat there and you picketed and you marched until they acquiesced. But we had a base to fall back on. The churches were united to a degree where, listen, I know the rent ain't getting paid. I know the food, but we'll do what we can. We'll bring in our resources together and feed our children and teach our children until what? The structure breaks. It's not like that now. Deidre has a comment. I see you too, Sunshine. I'm gonna bring you in. Hey, Deidre.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. 2 minutes.
So,
Talk to
I'm
us.
going to answer the question that you asked. What has the Democratic Party done for us to give
For us
them
to
the
be so
unwavering
loyal.
support?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the answer is absolutely, positively nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing. For example, that the Democratic Party, which is a part of the corporation, helped to move along the feminist movement, right? That successfully moved all the Israelite men out of the home, shifting Israelite women to positions that we were never supposed to have. The My Body, My Choice, pro-choice movement by the Democratic Party and the corporation gave women the right to murder while simultaneously locking up the men for not paying child support. The corporation gave us the schools of theology that have taught idolatry, lies, lawlessness, building generations of lawless idolaters who are too proud to admit that they have learned incorrectly and need to stand before their congregations and tell the truth. But instead, they're herding the congregations into the jab, shucking and jabbing for corporate funds, and then retiring just to pass down more dysfunction and death to the next generation of pastors who don't know the truth. What else have the lovely Democratic Party given to us? They've caused a dependency upon the government with all of these social programs, removing the man and unity from the family, causing women to become overconfident in absolutely nothing, passing down affordable housing programs, stipends, like it's an inheritance to be proud of to their children. They are becoming totally dependent on a system that will be yanked right from up under their feet, and they have no idea that it's coming. They have done nothing but a bait and switch by pointing a finger at the Republicans, quote unquote, racist views, by hiding the remaining three fingers that are pointing back at them, veiling the racism that has successfully led many of us into total self-destruction. So that's what they've done.
Hey, I'm gonna do this real quick.
And Elder, I would like to add something to that as well, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine. Let me place you on hold. I mean, hey, don't tell me our sisters. Hey, our people are waking up. I tell you, Deidre. Let me tell you, what a great. I mean, you were straight to the point. Didn't parse words. You got straight to it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope hopefully other people others out there can recognize that they have done absolutely nothing. You know, also keep in mind, poverty is a business that the Democrat Party has actually thrived off of. Okay? It's not in their interest to have our people overcome oppression. Thank you, Deidre. I'm going to place you on hold. I'll go ahead, Elder Gabar. You had something to say?
Another thing I want to add as well is that it was the Democratic Party idea to bring forth the ideology that if you get these affordable housing, you cannot have a man in the home. That was actually a thinking tank of the Democratic Party. And the way they spent it back in the day was that we are here to help women. So for you to get qualification to get these, food stamps and these affordable housing, you must be a single woman that is taking care of your child by yourself. That's the qualifications. So the way they spin it is like they're doing good, but then if you had a poor back family, they had a man in the household that needed those affordable housing, they don't qualify. So they use words like qualifications or and things of that nature, or we want to target single mothers. They sweeten it and give, these type of words, these type of titles to make it seem as a good thing. But when you look back and say, wait a minute, this is actually genocides and removing the father off the house. You should pass laws to initiate, to reward fathers that want to stay in the house, not demonize that. I want to hear with that.
Hey, man, let me tell you, there was a report. I think I have it here. It was called the Monahan Report. And it's crazy that I think I have it up here somewhere. Where in this report, Elder Gabar, it was during the time right after the Civil Rights Movement. No, it was in the 60s. It's called the Monahan Report, where usually welfare was a thing that was across the board for all races of people. Now, if white people are the majority, of course, there will be more of them on the rolls of welfare. Welfare wasn't a thing that was more so pointed towards poor blacks. It was just a Social Security type of thing in between jobs to subsidize until you get on your feet. It was never meant for a generation of people to be on welfare, right? There was this Monahan report where they did this report in 1965, around mid-60s, where in this report, Elder Gabar, to your point, they recognize that when white men, when white women would get on welfare, they would go right off of welfare once their men got jobs. So they was looking at this data. It's social engineering data on how to, distribute money in certain places, whatever the case is going to be. They noticed when white women was on welfare, if their men got a job or their husband got a job, well, they fell on hard times, but now they don't need it. But something different happened in our community. In this report in our community, Elder Gabar, they noticed that when we lost our jobs, the men, the women was on welfare because the men lost a job, had a man in the house, husbands. But then after the man would get the job, they noticed that our welfare rolls began to increase for the women. Even once employment increased, welfare was still increasing. So to them, this was a phenomenon. Because the white women would get off of it, but they noticed black women was like, well, no, this is free money. We're going to continue to do it. So they was like, well, hold up. Maybe we can use this as a social construct. Because this is the way we can bottom them out or cap them out so that there'll be no generational wealth if they're willing to just get this amount of money and stay comfortable without getting any more than that. So it capped. So they say, well, this is what we're going to do with this report. If they want to be on welfare without a man, eventually they put that in the construct not to have a man in the house if they're going to give it. So it was that Monahan report that gave them the understanding of, we'll keep a glass ceiling right up over them where there will be no generational wealth. Why? Because they don't desire the wealth. They just desire to be socially taken care of. Now, it's one thing about not having welfare. Welfare was supposed to be a temporal subsidy until your husband gets a job. Well, if you have your own business or job, there is no ceiling. If you work from the bottom up and increase your earnings together from having nothing, there's a certain spirit, Elder Gabar, that kicks in of security, protection, and room to grow a legacy financially for your children. So sometimes having nothing at all at the bottom is the best place. Because when you build without help and fall again, you'll always know how to reinvent yourself and build again. Mm-hmm. But not if you're socially programmed to believe that money is supposed to come free. Mm-hmm. So
let me tell you something. Yeah.
So
absolutely.
what I'm saying is, it wasn't as if the government plotted this all at once. They looked at data, and through that data, they built a construct.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because what happened was the men was working, but the women wanted to keep the money too. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, yo, I'm getting both of these. More money.
Yeah.
But really, it did what? It put a demonic spirit of stagnation within the community. When you get money that you're not working for, it makes you stagnant.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It makes you
Mm-hmm.
it actually stunts that spirit of ingenuity, of invention, of being able to create, entrepreneur. The things that made us great coming out of slavery, it was taken through social programming. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what they did at Elder Gabar, and I'm gonna let you go, right? This is how they did it. So once they seen the Monahan report, they was like, whoa, okay. Okay. So they want the man and the money too.
Mm-hmm.
Surely if we tell them that they can't have a man, if they can't have a man there, surely they'll leave welfare and choose the man.
Absolutely. But Elder, let me, it's worse than that.
Yeah.
The men never really left the house.
Never.
The only thing was that his name cannot be in the lease.
Exactly. So
the men were there.
Of
never
course,
left the house.
my father was there, but the whole thing is now, it was
It's
now
the woman.
It was now socially criminalized in the household.
Yeah, but more importantly, everything was under the woman's name. So psychologically, it messed up the woman. This is my house. Get out. Everything's under her name because nothing could be under his name, because if they find out he lives there, right? Legally, he can't put anything in his name. Everything has to be somewhere else.
Yeah.
So psychologically, there was a generation of things that everything was. They was training the women, and to be in charge and creating a matriarchal cultural thing without they even knowing.
Yeah. Now, it's not just a woman or man thing, because why? It was both at fault.
Mm-hmm.
They noticed the roles of our women going up, right? And they noticed, but guess what? It was the men there who was working and knew the welfare and all that was coming in, who knew the stuff was, who knew the things were in her name.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But because it seemed like, the thing to do and free money and everyone else is doing it, we became stagnant and allowed it to continue as men.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Hence the reason why, and I don't knock anyone else for it, because I understand sometimes it's needed, especially after all we built. I mean, getting a little bit of something, I'll never, cast aspersions on a person for trying to get something out of the system to help their families. Right. But this is why me personally, even though I went through some hard times, I could never choose to go down and get food stamps or go get or go get welfare. Mm-hmm. And hey, let me tell you, many days I was very close to. And that's why I'm not gonna cast aspersions, because it's many days I had that book of food stamps with my mother. I thought I had I used to put a rubber band around my book of food stamps. So I'm not gonna be ashamed about that at all. I thought it was money growing up. So, but what I'm saying is, the reason why I made a conscious choice as an adult not to do it is because I needed to know how to be able to operate and survive if there's no help at all.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I wanted to be able to build from scratch, to know what it is, to be able to scrape from the bottom, and at the end of it, see success. And that's why I'm like, well, listen, if I have to scale down my meals, I would get oodles and noodles and dress that up and do whatever I have to do with it. And I'll budget myself until I was able to incrementally build finances. But I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to be the one. And I'm going to tell you this, Elder Gabar, it wasn't a shame. I'm a shame factor either. I'm not ashamed that my mother and parents was on it because, hey, that fed us. And if I would have done it, I wouldn't have been ashamed. The whole point about it is when I thought about it, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make do with what I have and incrementally build. And you know what? It would create, and it does create, some level of discipline. I'm like, hey, it was one time we didn't have welfare. So I'm like, you know what? Let's try to incrementally work this thing from the bottom and be able to scale yourself until you're out of a hole. And then you can appreciate looking back there and saying, you know what? At this point, I could have done this, I could have done that. But you know what? I stood with the Most High. I ate what I could at that time like my forefathers did. And you know what? I dug out of that hole. Okay. And that goes a long way. That builds a lot of self-pride and know-how. It builds know-how also. Right.
And you know what? Another thing they used to do, because I remember when I was, when I was a kid, we lived well until my father passed, right? And he died when I was 13.
Yeah.
And after that, my father, he had a bodega, he had a cab company, and he had two churches, one in the Dominican Republic and one here. But after he passed, his partner took everything, so my mother had to go into welfare. And I remember, even as a teenager, my first job was working for McDonald's, right? I was like maybe 16. I could remember. I was excited. I got my working papers, right? And even that, they began to even affect after I began, working as security and because I always really I was always a blue collar worker.
Yeah.
Always working. Even, packing bags. I was working for the super. Mopping the building. He used to give me some money. I always had a way to make money. School was not my thing, but money was my situation. But even as a teenager, and even I think I left my house when I was like maybe 20, 21. But I was working since like 17. That it even affected my mother's situation, because even when you have a kid, that you get summer job and things of that nature. It was always a thing. Oh, I got to report that, and it's going to affect the rent. So Carlos, make sure it's always it makes you almost feel like as a man in that system, as like I got to find an illegitimate way to make a living because it's going to affect the situation with my mom.
Yeah.
So I remember that I had to, leave out of my mom because I didn't want to affect her, her rent, and things of that nature. So it does a lot of psychological thing, as a man, that you cannot exist. You got to be off the grid, so to speak, because and so forth, so on. So that always was a thing with me that all my friends, I remember, it's always like you got to find a way to beat the system. Because every dollar that used to come into the house, legit, you put your Social Security number, it comes up, and then they change the rent, and it becomes a thing. And so I think it was all planned to not have the man grow and develop as a man in the household. All the benefits was going towards either the mom or the women, the single mom, and things of that nature. And I knew very on that I didn't want to be under that system early on, because I saw that it was almost anti-man, the way I saw. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's how they set up the system, Elder Gabar, and this is why I was discussing with you earlier about the man classes, the man classes we're having, the brother classes that we'll be having. Hold on, let me get it here. starting soon. Right? The first class we're going to have with the brethren, that means all of the elders, they pick a certain number of men initially before we expanded. And the first class we're going to have is amongst the men in the church, the leaders, or the leaders y'all choose right up under you all. An intentional man will be the first class, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be titled an intentional man. Now, what is an intentional man? He's in order with the Most High. He plans his purpose, his life, and the children raised by a loving wife. An intentional man, he's in order with the Most High. And everything is intentional. Okay? He's in order with the Most High. He plans purpose, life, and listen to this, children raised by a loving wife. So he's not just looking at a woman for a wife.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking at legacy and children first, so that he'll know the wife to choose to raise them. Right?
Mm-hmm.
An intentional man will be the first class that we'll have. It's 1 hour. We're going to do 1 hour every other week for those chosen men. Also,
Amen.
Second week, we're going to be going into an intentional woman that plans security, who plans security from a man. Her whole life is to plan security from a specific type of man.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's going to be the second week. Because and eventually we're going to expand this. The first going to be the intentional man, the second week going to be intentional woman. I'm putting the whole thing together now. But all of that,
outstanding.
Yeah, but in going into that, Elder Gabar, we're going to have what? With all of our churches. We're going to have those men and sisters within the church put down the gifts and what they would like to contribute to the ministry. What is their portion? What would they would like? What is their portion for the ministry? What do you want to do up in here?
Mm-hmm.
And based on those gifts, we're going to distribute. We're going to start setting up people who have certain trades, so that we can show brothers and sisters how to self-sustain without the corporate structure. But it first start with our outlook on family and what that is, according to the Most High's word. Okay? I'm going to tell you, it's going to be life-changing. It's going to be life-changing. Whether we have truck drivers, whether we have people don't know. Hey, you can get a truck, a tractor, and something to hold your tractor on the back of your truck, and you have a business.
Mm-hmm.
You have a business that can bring in 6 figures with the regular Ford F-150 or a Chevy, and a tractor in the back with a big mower in the back. You have a business that can bring forth 6 figures.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a truck and you can set up food on it and do certain things to get licenses and all that. So we want home economics. We want wood trade, carpentry, electrician, everything. What we're going to show brothers and sisters eventually, but we have to get our brothers together first. Is these classes we're going to have every other week for 1 hour. And we're going to first start with our officers. 1 hour, that's it. 1 hour maximum. I'm going to put together the hour lesson. Sometimes I'll go over it, or I'll send it to you and you go over it. 1 hour, that's it. If you're listen, if you're not there, you will not get it. We'll record it, and after we finish after we finish a year or something, I'll put it in a package and I'll find out what to do with it. An intentional,
Amen.
But Elder Gabar, an intentional man will be the first class. It's going to be good. All right.
Amen. Yeah. At the end of the year, I'm actually getting a CDL license. I'm going to give me a truck.
Okay.
I'll be having, so we'll talk, because I got some ideas. It's time to step it up, and we need entrepreneurs in this church. We need millionaires in this church and business brothers.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's listen, man. The curses are over.
Yeah.
You know, let's build Israel. So absolutely.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because that defeated attitude is I can't do anything because I'm under the curse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? The curse was the fact that you didn't know you were Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know that you're Israel. There's no excuse.
There you go. That's it.
Unless you would like to live the curse.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Elder Gabar. Straight good points. All right, let me go down the line. And again, this is what we're doing just to build the men initially, Elder Gabar, right? It's just 1 hour. Here's some information that we didn't get growing up. Straight from the scriptures. 1 hour. This is what a man is, according to the Most High. A man is not, you're not completed as a man because you got a woman.
Bring it out.
That's the backward thinking. There was no woman when the Most High had Adam name everything we see. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, in the academy, I'm going into the schism between the man and the woman. That's going to be in this academy. The schism, like a demon was placed in the earth based on that sin. And I'm going to talk about that in the academy. But outside of that, there are specific directives that will have us have it man and woman to suppress that demon, to destroy that demon that put a chasm between man and woman. An intentional man will be the one, the first one. First and foremost, he's in order with the Most High. Don't forget, there was no woman when man was made. Man was in order with the Most High. He plans his purpose. Don't forget, the Most High said eventually, after, be fruitful and multiply and all that. It's talking about the prodigy, the future, not just you, Adam and Eve. He plans his purpose in life, and he planned his children raised by a loving wife. So he think of his children first, what he would want his children to be. And then he find the woman who can execute that. That's going to be the first one. All right, let's go. Next. Only I'm gonna drill through these, so please, brothers and sisters, bear with us. I'm gonna just put 10 more minutes in. 843 area code. Shalom.
Shalom.
You're live. I didn't see whether or not you had a question or comment.
Comment?
No, I didn't know whether or not you were just here to listen or whether or not you had a question or comment.
Well, my comment is I want to just first of all thank Ahaya for what y'all doing in GOCC and all over, man. I'm in
Praise
the
the
academy.
Most High. Praise the Most High. Thank you, brother.
On that, let's see. It was two words that caught me. Handpick and script. So what the Democrats have done for us. Well, just like Elder Gabar said, yeah, they, formatted, with us having to, this program in this system, which we shouldn't be a part of, This system is just something that we just need to get out of.
Okay, now
it's not for us.
Okay, now when you say the system, we don't need to be a part of the system. What do you mean in specific? Because we have to live here. So we have to live in the earth. So in specific, when you say not a part of the system, what are you saying?
Well, the United States system.
Like, give me some examples of what you're talking about. How can you not be a part of the United States? Listen to my question. How can you not be a part of the United States system? What are you talking about? Like, give me an example of not being a part of that system.
Well, I was just deep in thought one day, but I forgot. I lost my thought of training. So give me a moment. Let me see if I can get back into it. The part of the system. Well, just like our females, they're on housing and stuff, and you know, our Israelite men going to prison.
Okay, let's do
and
it.
look how the drugs.
Okay.
Look how the Democrats brought into.
Stick with me real quick.
Sorry.
Let's deal with one point because I
Gotcha.
think let's deal with the.
All right.
Let's deal with the women. The women. Public housing, real quick, right?
Right.
How could you as a man prevent that?
How can I as a man prevent that? And that's by being.
How can you prevent a woman or your woman, your wife, or your wife to be,
right,
from living in public housing?
Have to be in the home with her.
No, you have to get her a house.
Right.
Right?
You're right. You're exactly right.
Yeah. So it's one thing. It's one thing to say we can't be of the system and we need to, but our sisters shouldn't be homeless. Our people shouldn't be homeless. It's time to. It's time.
Right.
It's really time for forward thinking, and not general thinking about we got to do something about this, without actually doing anything. Right.
Right. Yes, sir.
There you go. Thank you, my brother.
All righty.
My brother. I hope he's in one of the locals areas. He will really be able to, hey, it's going to be some good classes. 229 area code. 229 area code.
Hello.
Samuel, how are you?
Hello. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. You have a
Juan.
question.
I have a question that regards to so it's a comment that leads to a question.
Okay, that's no problem.
So I have a friend who works for the FDA, and she told me that they use to make the jab, they use the sperm from the sperm bank, and they use
hold up, because you're casting some stuff that could be deemed misinformation. Okay, so this is what we want to do to preserve this channel today. Because you notice what I did was I allowed Mr. Aaron Rodgers to tell people why he's personally not getting some stuff based on his personal research. And that's what's allowed here. What's not allowed here, even though you might be right, for you to bring forth the ingredients without any proof what's in it based on what someone told you.
Okay, I can get the proof.
Okay.
No problem.
Well, when you get the proof, share it with me, and I'll let you just go forth. If it's coming off the CDC or someplace else, I'll pull it up and you can read and you can roll out the ingredients. What else you got?
Okay. Do you have the email?
Oh yeah, you can email us at gatheringas1@aol.com.
Okay. All right.
And personally, I know you want to go into what's in it. To me, I could care less what the ingredients are in it, because all of that is against my religion. So they can put whatever they want in it. As far as my temple, this temple belongs to the Most High, and what they're talking about isn't, there's no law in the Bible that says get any of that. So, I mean, hey. Hey. It don't matter to me. Okay, it could be gorilla hair in it. I could care less, but it's not for me. But go on.
So regarding because I'm pretty sure they're going to try to force us to take it. So regarding to that, what do we do at that certain point?
Okay, what do you mean they're going to force us to take it? We get that at. When have they ever forced someone to take something? Where you get that at?
I've seen videos regarding that. I've seen videos regarding that.
Okay, here in the United States?
Yes.
Okay. What is this video where they're forcing someone to take that? Were they holding them down?
Like I said, yes.
Okay, send that to gatheringasone@aol.com. There's a lot of allegations that I've yet to see yet. I mean, as far as I know, and if it's so, send it to gatheringasone@aol.com, and we'll talk about it this Friday.
Okay. All right. So anyways, if that were to happen, let's say, what do we do at that certain point?
Okay, if someone came to try to assail you, if someone came to attempt, to harm you with a lethal weapon,
what does the law say about that?
Hey man, do me a favor. The best thing I can do is say, call one of your public officials in your respective areas and say, if someone tried to assail me with a weapon, what must I do? Call your local police station or whatever, and they'll give you some good advice.
But ain't they our enemies as well?
Brother, listen. I'm gonna let me read this. We have a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. So I don't know if what happens. It's called self-defense, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But even we defend ourselves a lot as well. We call upon the police. They don't do nothing. So how can we trust in the police if they don't do nothing?
How old are you? How old are you, young man?
I'm 25.
25. You're pretty young. Let me tell you, brother. It's okay. Okay. There's no one today forcing you to do anything, right?
No.
So
right now.
Exactly. So the Most High says, Christ said, deal with the day because tomorrow got enough evils in itself. Do what's right for yourself today to prepare yourself spiritually. And when it's time, the Most High said, Christ said, take no thought what you shall say. For in that very moment, I'll put the words in your heart. So you're trying to think of circumstances that you might not experience, when you should be putting more time on the scenarios you can control. Right?
Yes, sir.
So what state you live in? Samwa'ala, that's your name in Hebrew. Shamawa'ala.
Yes.
What state? What city?
I live in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay. Hey, we're gonna be there soon. We're gonna be out in. I think we're gonna be in Florida next month. Actually, I got a call for now and let him know the news on that. So I hope to meet you. And hey, brother, get with the church there. You'll be okay.
Con.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Shalom. All right, no caller is 816. And we have Sunshine.
Hello, hi. Hi, Albert, hi. Hello.
What's happening?
Hello.
What's going on?
Hello.
Lord have mercy.
Hi.
Come on, young lady, get to it. Get to it. Come on, get to it.
Okay. Elders, okay, it's true that the reasoning of most is lopsided, and this is on purpose, like you were talking about, and woven into the fabric of our entire educational construct to make pacifiers of the young and the strong, and it's grooming and tricking us into this temporary belief that liberalism is good and linked to freedom, and conservatism is outdated and linked to slavery. And just like the Sister Deidre and Elder Gabar was saying, that their proof is in that temporary relief that they gave to the women whose backs that they rode on, and choose and bamboozled into doing the same or stepping on our black men. And so now, because of that, we can now see people who we saw as learned in our communities and highly educated, renowned, or amongst our communities, not giving clear, rational reasons for why they're making the decisions that are off kilter or unsound. And the logic or critical thinking skills for most is questionable and daily waning because we are divided, like we were talking about, and conquered. So we're weakened in this medical war. And when we see those few who are in command of the critical skills or have sight in an idiocracy, then the few are punished and persecuted. And like you mentioned, Elder, the leader is often driven into the position by the circumstances. And it is in this same vein, as we saw in a milder form with the strong, informed, yet humble stance of Aaron Rodgers and others, that we will see the true leaders emerge from within our communities. And needless to say, these true leaders who love Christ and the Most High will see the persecutions. Some of us are already seeing it from the womb. So there is no doubt that the motivations for attacks from the Psalms 83 conspirators are driven continually by their knowledge that we are the leaders, and with the knowledge of Christ, we are unstoppable, so they can see the power in our hands if we are with Christ. And those of us who are on the brink of knowing Christ, they can see that power emerging, and our power we are endowed with as our unalienable right of rulership, not according to the statements written and signed by the deemed founding fathers of the land of the north, but by the God of all gods, which is our God in heaven, Ahaya. And so who called us as chosen to be the light in darkness? So the lockdowns and mandates and restrictions can only appeal to those who are swayable in this prophetic time, but it has no bearing on those few men in this time, as times of old, who will not bow down ever to Baal. So these are the leaders, and we and the other nations can see daily rising from the forged lies and graves, and that's why the serpent's restoring to full strength. And bless the Most High for this fulfillment of His word and His grace to witness this transformation and the trials of men once in perpetual poverty and heavy-handed oppressions to men of overt goal and pure hearts, full of righteousness, by grace of the Most High. And that's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say, elders. Praise the Most High.
Bless
Praise
you.
the Most High and
Bless
bless
you.
you.
Bless you. All right.
Yes, bless you. Praise the Most
Muted.
High. Bless you, elders. Oh. Oh, praise the Most High for this. Oh, bless the Most High. Oh.
Hey, folks, she write all that stuff down too. Hey, she's sharp. All right. We are bearing down. Aaron is on the line. I guess I'll handle that Travis Scott thing this coming Friday. Aaron, how you doing, Aaron?
Man. Hey, Shalom, Elder. All praises to the Most High. Brother Aaron here from the Vegas body.
Yes, how are you?
And I'm doing all right. I had a comment, but I did want to answer the question about the Democratic Party.
Yeah, what have they done for us?
And what they've done for us. So I think the one sister that called a little while ago, like, she broke it all the way down.
Yeah.
She kind of answered it for me, but there's one thing that I've noticed that they do that get us all riled up, and like a false sense of hope and a false sense of really believing that they're going to come in and look out for us and help us, is the Democratic Party. They know how to go on our platforms. And they go on our platforms, and because they do that, that just automatically, like, they are for us. They even have rappers that come out and perform at, like, their speeches and stuff like that. So because they do that, our people, for some reason, are like, oh, yeah, they are for us. But they just know how to play us, you know, and it's sad that a lot of our people don't realize that. But I do think they're starting to see it now because of this campaign that's going on, and they're starting to see other people being taken care of. I think our people are starting to realize it, though. Slowly but surely, they're starting to realize it.
Yeah, well, brother, I think they're starting to realize it. I have to make sure I'm getting some stuff together here for Friday. We have to listen, I think our people are starting to realize it, but I really believe that, and it's clear it's too late.
Yeah.
Because we're living in what I can clearly see is the final solution.
Yeah.
I mean, brothers, even with Gabar stating that it's 58% of the population who have complied to this campaign, we don't even understand the ill effects of what we have actually allowed to happen within the last 2 years. We won't see the ill effects of what this has done until after 2023.
Yeah. Yep, and that's unfortunate. But
the reality is, this place is going to look, the whole world is going to look a lot different. Even if we have 58% of the people, and now they're targeting the children too. So I believe we're living in the final solution where they don't care if we agree with them anymore, or whether or not we support them anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they've already. The blueprint has been laid out a long time ago on us. So now,
So instead of reparations, the money was put in full stop for depopulation.
Yeah.
And I'll be talking about that and more, especially are you in the academy? Because I'll be going into that during the news program Sunday.
So no, not this and it's not still too late to sign up, right?
Hey, listen, it's not too late to sign up. It's on you. It's good. But I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
You, brother, I'm gonna tell you, everybody, hey, if you're not in, you are missing out. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But
I know
it's not too late.
And one more.
Oh, there go Gaja in the house. I gotta bring Gaja in.
Yeah.
One more again, then I'm bringing Gaja in.
Okay. Hey, Elder.
Yes.
Hello.
I'm here.
Okay.
Come on, one more again.
Yeah. One more, man. I wanted to the whole Aaron Rodgers thing. Also, like, I wonder if I was an athlete, a black athlete, and allegedly if the NFL knew that he didn't go through the procedure.
No, they didn't. No, let me make it clear. They knew that he wasn't jabbed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you don't have to say allegedly there. He said that everyone knew.
Oh, okay.
Aaron Rodgers said everyone knew.
Okay.
He said even the reporters knew.
Book, man.
Well, go
on. Yeah. So if they knew, if I'm a black athlete, now I'm questioning, like, wait a minute, and this goes to all sports platforms. Like, okay, if the powers that be knew in the NFL and they still allow him to play, then what's the difference with me? That's what I would be asking myself. And I pray that somebody do come forward and make that statement.
Yeah. Brother, that's a great point. And here's a question, bringing it around full circle. If Martin Luther King was living right now, based on how he galvanized the base being the black community in the United States, if he was living right now during this campaign and they try to push this on athletes, what do you think would have happened with Martin Luther King?
Man, he would have spoke up for those players exercising their right. He would have spoke up for them, because I do believe before his assassination, And a lot of people don't like to talk about it, especially the older generation. They don't like to talk about it, but he realized what he did.
How
And I
about
think if he was still living today, I think he would be speaking up for those people that want to exercise their right.
brother?
So,
It would have been more than speaking up because he spoke up back then. It's the results of him speaking up. You know what would have happened? He'd have been like, listen, you know the generational wealth that our people in the NBA and NFL has accumulated is what everything that we were marching for.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing is, if the owners are putting laws in place that are really segregating the people when we're supposed to be living in desegregation, how about all of you, the football players and the basketball players who feel that this is unjust, stop playing.
Man,
stop playing.
Man.
And on top of that, put your wealth together where if you want to bounce a basketball or throw a football, it'd be in your own arenas. You got enough money.
Man.
There's no excuse. And it's not about the endorsements, because they cannot sell their product without top athletes.
Exactly.
Create your own companies.
And
Create your own companies and endorse yourselves. That's what would have happened. What would have happened was it'd been like, listen, I don't know about that cat y'all have over the NBA association in the union that y'all call a union, or the NFL. But I'll tell you what, who cares about any of them? The whole thing is, without the athletes, there is nothing, especially without our people in the games. So the whole thing, it would have been like, all the money y'all got, y'all sitting there silent, knowing that this is unjust, and really what they're doing in a nutshell this is medical segregation. So if y'all want the Negro Leagues back, y'all got enough money to do it.
Exactly. Ice Cube has
listen,
3-on-3 like right now.
Exactly. That's what he would have said. Because don't forget, when Martin Luther King did this, athletes weren't making the money, generational worth half a billion dollars, $1 billion. They weren't worth that, but they stood for something. Here it is, they sitting up with all this money, with all this power, and silenced. To show you how little money really means. Power is everything.
Exactly.
Martin Luther King and our families from the South and all that didn't have money, but we had unity. We had power. And that's power that transcends money. But go ahead. I need to get Gabar in, brother. Let me put you on hold. I mean, I got to get Elder. I got to get Gaj in. So if you can hold, brother, I got to get the next call. All right.
All
right. Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Gaja, talk to me, young man.
Shalom, Elder. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the best. Let me see you, man. Let me see you. Put that video on.
1 second. Let me get to where some lights up. 1 second. Give me 1 minute.
Man, you sitting there in the dark, telling me you want to come in, man. What's going on here?
I was listening. I was half asleep listening, and I just woke up then and say, "Oh no, man, let me chime in. You with me? This going on. This too deep for me not to come and say something, you know."
Okay, well, come on. Well, you got a voice. You don't need the video. Talk to us.
Yeah, man. I mean, a couple of things been said, man. That's real. Even just what you just said just then. You know, I have been having this conversation of lately. Listen, segregation was a good thing. It was a really good thing. And then when you look at it now, when you see what we're doing right now, we're gonna have to go back to that anyways, because they're looking to, like I said, medical segregation. They're looking to get one against the other. You understand? And for those of us who are not going down that road, who are speaking up, who are not dealing with that, listen, we're gonna have to be growing our own food, living, drinking our own water that from our own rivers. You with me? And raising our families. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
You said we're not gonna see the effects of this thing till 2023. I believe it's going to be a lot sooner than that. Because check this out. I'm getting messages right now from people who who have gone that way and have ended up and are not here anymore.
Mm.
And people know that's why they're not here anymore. You understand? People were warned not to go, and they went, and they're not here anymore. And I'm seeing
stories like that too. I'm hearing it too.
I'm seeing it real time right now. So I believe it's going to be a lot quicker than that, where people are going to see that, you know something, hey, and yes, the government don't care anymore. They don't care. They never cared. They don't care about these people. You understand me? You see these little puppets sold the people them down the river. I remember in the last year when this whole foolishness started, one of the leaders them came out and said, yo, we have sinned against the people. And I was asking the question, what did you do? Okay, yeah, man, we can fix it if you sinned, of course, but what the hell did you do? And now we're seeing what you did. You sold the people them down. You sold them down the river. You with me? No care, no compassion, nothing at all. You sold them out. You with me? And that's why all of this agenda coming right now for the people. They don't even realize it. They don't even realize it that the money that they have is drying up. They don't realize that the supermarket shelves are going empty. By the time people really realize what has happened, yeah, man, it's too late. It's like I said, this is the final solution. Total destruction. And that's what it is. And it brings me back to the book of Matthew 24. Matthew 24, 21, and Christ says, listen, unless the Most High shorten time, no flesh is going to be saved. That is the reality. And I'm seeing it. You're looking at it right now. People look at it right now. Unless the Most High shorten time, divine intervention, nobody going to escape this thing. Because the entire beast is fully.
Gaja, I'm gonna let you come. I'm gonna let you finish, man. I'm gonna let you have the last word, but I have to say something because I'll pick it up Friday and in the academy. But this thing that happened with Travis Scott, you heard about the stampede in Houston, at the rave, with the rage they was having or whatever that is with the concert.
I saw the video with it, yeah.
Man, let me tell you, there's more to it than that, man.
Yeah,
let me tell you. Listen, man, all at once, Gaja. The reason for the stampede is what the media is glossing over. You had kids looking around and all at once, like someone flipped a switch. And all over the crowd at once, like someone flipped a switch, and people fell to the ground, cardiac arrest, as if somebody flipped the switch at once. That's what led to the stampede. Just imagine you sitting there and every part of the crowd, people are just dropping. Now, my question to this is how many of them had the stuff in them? And was this a beta test? To have all of these people there together to see how great this stuff works. That's all I can say right now, but Friday we're going to be dropping it, man. I'm going into it on Patreon.
I'm going to be there, man. I'm going to be there with you.
Let me tell you, Gaja, elders, I'm telling you. Because a lot of these concerts, you have to show proof before you go in and all that. And people are looking at the stampedes actually, allegedly, I don't know, but people said simultaneously it was like something from hell. One dude witnessed it who got out early, even before all this stuff happened, and people was falling. Cardiac arrest all over the place. And
you remember that movie?
Man, I've been sent footage, all types of stuff. Like somebody flipped a switch. And who knows? Maybe it's the nanotechnology. Maybe, who knows? I don't know. But I can only talk about it on Patreon. I'm sorry. But go on.
You remember that movie that came out a few years ago called Kingsman?
Yeah.
Same sort of scenario. Everybody had the chip. They sent a frequency out, and then it was craziness.
Man,
you with me?
Who knows? Gaja, I wouldn't be surprised. That's all I can say.
Yeah, me either, man. Me either. Like I said earlier, I believe that we're gonna see a lot of things. Listen, by 2023, there will be a definitive line in the sand drawn, and people will know where they're standing.
Yep.
Definitive line. By that time, definitive. You listen, either you're over there or you're over this side. No two ways about it. That's what I believe. I'm looking at it right now, and I'm saying I'm getting phone calls. I'm getting, and it's not people far out. It's people I know personally. People that, you know, a friend of a friend that I know of that friend. Yeah, man, he was here last week. He's no longer here anymore. You understand me? And I'm telling you, Elder, man, it you know. And I don't want nobody to think that I'm fear mongering or anything. It's just what it is. You with me? It's a glorious time right now that we're living in, looking at it and seeing it real time. You understand? You can't script it. You can't make it up. You with me? It's just happening. It's going on. So when I'm listening here, like I said, I was listening in, and when you said a couple of things, I said, no man, I need to come in and just you know say what I need to say, because it's happening, Elder. It's happening right. It's not like it's happening in isolation where it's just over that side. You with me? It's happening. The devil deceived the entire world. Revelation 12:9. The entire world under this deception. You with me? So that's it, man. That's all I have to suffer now.
Hey, man, listen, man. Hey, brothers, just all of you, man. I'm just so glad that the Most High have gathered us together, man. And for this time, we were born for this moment. And the Most High has a purpose with all of us, with this church, with a lot of you out there. He has a purpose. And you know what I was thinking about the other day? In appreciation for the gift of understanding. We could have been easily the people out there, elders and brothers, and all you family out there. We could have easily been the ones who's totally ignorant to what's going on right now. For some reason, the Most High chose us to see. And this is why Christ said, blessed are your eyes that you see and your ears that you hear. It's a blessing. We could have easily been on the other side, totally ignorant, following the cares of this world. But yet the Most High chose us. And I believe the same spirit that woke us up, who have directed us toward this truth to lead in this last days. And we didn't ask to do so. Okay. Gabar, no telling what you was doing when you reached out. Elder Lawyer was going to a drugstore and something hit him and he stopped and listened. Gaja was dealing with all types of weirdness going on with the black conscious community on a radio show that he wasn't even supposed to be there, not believing in anything. Witchcraft and all types of crap Gaja was dealing with before the truth came. Before some little skinny old black guy from Philadelphia knocked on the door and say, yeah, turn on that mic. He said, what you doing there, man? What you doing there? We didn't brief for nothing. What are you doing here? I'm like, man, just turn on the mic, man. Well, I don't got no time to be sitting here dealing with this stuff. The world is coming to an end. And you know what? The Most High called us into this spiritual war to awaken the people. And just all you brothers, the families, the extended families that are part of this truth, understand that we were born for this moment. And the same spirit that have awakened us, that's sheltering our families, that are hedging our families, will guide us all the way to the wilderness. Knowing is half the battle. And folks, and I broke this down in the academy, we are not alone. If the Most High gave us the power right now to see into the spiritual world, we would witness thousands upon thousands of angels protecting the righteous within the earth. It tell you even in the book of Enoch, when the righteous receive the truth and walk on the path, we, as the children of light, become the light in this earth, where the Most High looks down and he see nothing but light moving in the earth. And the angels must protect that light. And I'm just saying this with all the elders and all the brothers and sisters who've been a part of this work, that we will think about what we're talking about and being able to break everything down from a biblical perspective. It takes the Spirit of the Most High to open the eyes of the dead, the valley of the dry bones. So here we are, elders. And I'll tell you this. It's eerie a little bit living through what the Most High showed us in the early, like a little after the year 2000. I'm on the corner 2007, 2008, 2009. It's one thing talking about it and the world is going on as normal, as if nothing is going to happen. It's another thing now living and reflecting back to what was said. It's a whole nother dynamic. And guess what, brothers and sisters? We know this is the truth. We are the children of God. And we will one day be in the wilderness with the Most High protecting like fire round about us. It will happen. But not before the fall of Babylon. The fall of Babylon. Don't forget, a lot of people are looking for Babylon elders to just to disappear altogether. Nah. It's falling incrementally. Babylon the Great is falling. It's falling. You're looking for it to happen like this. Nah. They're incrementally pulling the plug. The war will be the last shoe to drop. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you right now. I said it last week. I said it the week beforehand. The Most High gave Joseph in Egypt 7 years of plenteous, then 7 years of famine. And those who didn't prepare during the plenteous was at the behest of the power structure. We're in our time of plenteous. If you're going to get something and turn it into something tangible, it's time to prepare now. It's time to prepare now. The government structures, the power structure have called out their dogs, and guess what? They're not rescinding their calling. Like Gabar, like Gaja, like all of us said earlier, I'm going to tell you right now, folks, the time we're in their final solution. They have actually pushed the self-destruct button. Okay, that's where they are right now. This is self-destruct now. They own self-destruct. So like the elders are saying, it's time to come all the way over. All the way over on the right side of the Most High and be protected by the angels. Because why? They are amongst us. They're here. You just can't see them. It was that spirit that tapped you and says, go this way. Or listen to this. One day you open up your computer and you seen some guys standing there. Guess what, folks? You wasn't alone. You were guided by a spirit to hear what you're hearing. And when it all is said and done, when it's time, the invisible will come into view, and we'll realize that we as people here on earth were never alone. Elder Gabar, you got anything to say? Or any of you get elders before we break out?
There was an old saying when that it was usually utilized to promote racism. I forgot the elected official's name. He was one of these, Ku Klux Klan leaders. Segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. When it comes to this jab, segregation from now, segregation, tomorrow, segregation forever. We will never take the jab, get used to it. We're clear of any disease because we're the Most High's temple and the world that are, want to drink the Kool-Aid, you could drink all the Kool-Aid, but leave us, men and women, that want to follow the Most High alone.
There you go.
You want to be separate? Yeah, we want to be separate from you too. So we both agreed. So this is the challenge I put for everybody that is afraid of people that are not afraid to follow the Most High and not poison their bodies. It's like, you take your part of the land and we take our part of the land. Leave us alone. We'll leave you alone. And you leave us alone, and we'll see 10 years from now, who's still living. Now that you're with that.
Elder Gabar, before we go, the challenge of not becoming angry for a week, how's it going?
It's pretty good. I learned a lot about myself. I think I want to touch on the show tomorrow on that. The first few days, it was like a utopian thing. And then the first week was good. And the second week, going into the second week, then it became more of a challenge of remembering. In the beginning it was fun. Now you got to okay, the honeymoon was over. Now you have to take the child. So I'm going to try to keep going, see how far I could go. And I'm going to kind of keep a journal to see, I think it's going to be an interesting conversation tomorrow. So I hope people join us.
Yeah, I may chime in. Let me say this. You notice when you put benchmarks or a vow in front of something, how it becomes, you more so have the propensity to execute.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You say, listen, I'm not going to be angry for a week. You spoke it, you made it so, and it did what? It created a discipline. Automatically, you had something, you had a benchmark, you had something to fulfill in that week and accomplished it.
Mm-hmm.
See, and that, guess what, Elder, that applies to anything. That's what success is. Mm-hmm. You make a benchmark, you make a vow, and you fulfill the intentions of that vow. You just fulfill every part of it until what? Until that time is up. That's success. That's a discipline. And you know what, Gabar? I did the same thing. I said I was going to add myself not to get angry within a week. Because getting angry is a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? It happened. It happened. And because you don't know how much you get angry until you actually put out a challenge for yourself like that.
Right.
You don't know.
You measure it.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't know how many times you may fly off the handle or let someone get under your skin unless you challenge yourself like that and say, I'm not going to get angry. And you know what I was able to do during the week, Elder Gabar? I was like, you know what? If I wouldn't have had that conversation with that challenge with Elder Gabar, I would have definitely responded differently just now. And that was, I thought about that.
Right. It makes you think, because now you're thinking about it, absolutely. Yep.
There's options outside of flying off the handle.
Mm-hmm.
Anger lies in the bosom of fools.
Mm-hmm.
That's scripture.
Mm-hmm.
It tell you anger lies in the bosom of fools.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I'm excited about tomorrow. I want to hear people's opinions, because a lot of people was excited. It's like, yeah, we're taking the challenge and we want to do it. So I think it's going to be a good exercise. And we just keep it going, see how long it could go. We could take this challenge.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay, guys, did you have something to say before you had to go? I mean, before we go?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Check it out. What's deep about this conversation right here is that I haven't spoken to you or Elder Gabar about it. And I also took that challenge with myself. And
you
today,
kidding me?
No kidding, Elder. I promise you, no kidding. Today, I was driving and I was smiling to myself. And I'm like, yo, you know something? That scripture, when Christ says, I think it's in Matthew the 5th chapter, when he says about being angry with your brother, right?
Yeah.
And it's like there was meaning to it till I was driving, thinking about it, because I told myself I'm not getting angry with nobody for no reason at all. You with me? Elder, you've been around me. You see sometimes, I can fly off of the handle. You with me? So
yeah, go on.
You with me?
Oh, listen. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can outdo Elder Gabar though. Y'all close. Man,
yeah, I'm the super heavyweight champion of flying out the handle.
Is Elder Gabar? He it's like he would run through drywall. He'll run through drywall, and and then look for another wall to run through. So, but it's and but Israel can do. Listen, the children of Israel can do that to you. The children of Israel can do that to you, right? But go ahead, Gaja.
Yeah, man. So I was like, today I was driving and thinking about it, man. I'm like, and then I was like, man, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. I felt freedom today. I felt a level of freedom today, for just not being angry. Some situations came up to me, and I just, I smiled and I let it go. I let it go. And I felt, I was in the car, I was driving and smiling. And just like what you said earlier, just exactly what you said. If I can apply this to any aspect in my life, I'll be successful. If I could just say, here what, deal. This is where I'm going here. Nothing going to take me off of the path of going here. You with me? That's exactly what came to my mind. I'm like, if I can do this, right? I can do anything. I can do anything at all. And I must have said that to myself about 50 times, like hypnotizing myself, like, I can do it. I can do it.
Yeah.
I took the challenge. I took the challenge. I'm saying, I'm not gonna get angry. Not gonna get angry, no matter what happened. Not getting angry. Telling you, listen, deep, like, because I know, like I said, I know I can fly off of the rails sometimes. You with me? So yeah. But anyways, man, I'll leave it at that, man.
All right.
Love your elders, all right?
Okay. Okay, well, elders, it's been a great show. Hakeem, I'm going to call you offline because, yes, we will see you in North Carolina before the Passover. I got you, Hakeem. All right. We'll call you offline. But I'll tell you this. Thank you all for the, we still kept this we kept it. It just fell under 1900. Well, all praise be to the Most High. It's well past the time. A long, long broadcast, but guess what? Highly needed. And remember the title. Remember the title. You have a moral responsibility. A moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. But above all, follow the laws of God contained in the Bible. Shalom. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. Good night.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, gather in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us
at gunpoint
to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. Gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. Gather